Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the TETR World Championship. I'm really excited for tonight. What about you, son?
That's right. We are back. Another crazy day. Yesterday was already absolutely insane. Today is going to be no different, I think. I cannot wait to see some of these people in action.
Yeah, and just so people are aware, we are going to be doing Group H tonight here. Then on the Team TSD stream will be Group B as well. So if you want to check them out, go ahead. But I mean, we're going to have some really exciting matches here, so you might be a little preoccupied with watching us.
I don't know about you guys. I'm here for quick. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm not playing. I'm just calming. I'm just yapping.
I wouldn't want to leave quick. That's right. Get it out of the way now. H.
Yeah, let's hear all those H's.
Yeah, this list of players is looking super crazy. Pulling this open and looking at some different names. Who's who? What's what?
Obviously, at the top we see Caboozled, fan favorite.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to being in a match like this.
They did say they were washed up, but something tells me they're probably going to go pretty far tonight.
Yeah, personally, I haven't been keeping up with things lately, but I feel like Caboozled's one of those players who could definitely get right back into the swing of things.
I mean, like, they managed to win one of the majors, so like I feel like that's pretty telling of their abilities. I think they ended up 8th in seeding, so
yeah, exactly.
They're definitely no slouch, even if they consider themselves a little bit rusty.
Exactly.
But we still have a bunch of other great opponents here tonight. I think our first matchup is going to be Akarin versus Wijik, previously known as Frostfire. And I feel like that's going to be a really interesting match since they're just both of the very high-skilled players. I played like Frostfire a couple times the last 2 weeks in Quick Play in Tetra League, and they've been absolutely rolling me. So I'm excited what they're going to do tonight.
Yeah, I am also really interested to see it from a different angle. It's a name I haven't seen play in a while, but I remember when I was first starting where they were at, and still miles ahead of me. So that's this should be really interesting to see the catch up. That's one of my favorite things about coming to these tournaments is when you see some old names come out of the shadows.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot more names that, like, especially for qualifiers, that you don't usually see in top 8, and I'm glad everyone gets a chance to shine in these next 2 weeks, because I mean, they're all great players that spend a ton of time grinding the game.
Absolutely. I think, so this is really interesting. A name that when I was first looking over this list that really took me by surprise was Silver Nibbles. It was a player that I wasn't familiar with very much, but it came to my attention after... How many lines of cheese was it? I know you know. I know you know.
I mean, I don't know what their like cheese record is, but they have done a 200,000 line sprint, which is absolutely ridiculous. Their stamina is
my mistake. I did mean sprint, but at that in that time period, it might as well just be cheese race, right?
I mean, I think they did like a 10,000 line cheese as well, just add a little bit on top of it. But like, yeah, their stamina is crazy for sure.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Like, I get kind of a little annoyed after doing, maybe a couple different rounds of 100 line cheese, right? The stamina on Silver Nibbles should be really interesting to see, but it took me by surprise because they're a player I didn't know or expect to see in this category, and I'm, again, excited to see what someone new to the scene can do, too.
Yeah, I've actually matched up with them a couple times in tournaments, and then I've played a lot of friendlies with them. So, I mean, I know they're absolutely very skilled, so rooting for them to do the best they can, but they are facing Tatos, which is a very strong opponent as well. Has just basically all of like the fundamentals down to a great level, so they're going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, Tatos is definitely one of those other players that we see regularly in a tournament this caliber, and they are also no stranger to handling a situation like this. So that'll be an interesting first challenge, Silver Nibbles.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, we are getting into our first matchup in a moment here. Akron versus Widjik, once again. Both of these players currently top 30 in TL, so you can definitely see the skill even with our first matchup. They're gonna be fighting all out.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not too familiar with where Frostfire, kind of originally gets their Tetris, history from, where they got their roots and start in. But I know for a while, I want to say Akron, I saw playing a lot of PBT, and it's always interesting to see people, fairly skilled in that area to play Tetrio.
Yeah, I feel like from my understanding, a lot of people who like play PPT at first and grind it, they transition really well into Tetrio, and I mean clearly it shows. Obviously, there's a bunch of other names that have done the same, like OSW, obviously a clear example, winning yesterday, and then I believe Larg as well did a lot of PPT as well to get as good as they are. So yeah, not surprising Akron's top 20 in the world right now.
All right, well, looks like we should be getting into the warm-up here any second. Any predictions here going into this one quick for our first match of the night?
Honestly, it's tough because, like, for Widjik, I feel like they have a really high skill ceiling, but sometimes they are like prone to be a little bit inconsistent. So I think if they can like play as well as they do at their peak, then they definitely have a chance. But for now, I think Akron's the one that's slightly favored in my eyes.
Indeed. Oh, okay, dude, this is crazy. I mean, watching the stream yesterday, I was like, wow, these graphics are crazy. I didn't realize you'd get to see them in game too.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
All right, well, already we're off to quite an explosive start here. Akron with a really threatening stack, I think, unless Widjik can make through that cheese, which they are doing. He's doing very easily.
Yeah, so far just very nice here. Akron does have that back-to-back, is forced to cancel it though to make it down. It does give Widjik a chance to downstack to a clean board state. Looks like they just about made it to the well, but also getting spiked up to the top right now, barely surviving.
Amazing survival there. They're now kind of running out of steam, a little bit forced to downstack own garbage. Looks like not really getting the most of the attack here. Making some misdrops. It's going to give Widjik a great chance here to shift match in their favor. Oh, I like what I'm seeing. It's a big risk here from Widjik.
Yeah, it looks like it didn't send enough here, but Akron dealing with a lot of misdrops right now. They do downstack through it nicely, but in the meantime, Widjik did manage to send a nice spike, but Akron seems unfazed. Yeah, just very, very even by both of them right now. And it's just the warm-up.
Yeah, really. This is just the warm-up, and you can already tell these two are quite fairly well matched so far.
Ooh, Akron with that nice spike there. Does send Widjik a lot of cheese right here, but looks like they're going to downstack through it just fine. Yeah, Akron seemed to slow down a little bit too much in that moment to actually get a proper kill.
Yeah, it looks like Akron was trying to start up some LST, but ultimately not quite able to get things going in time. Back into this little back and forth as we know it.
Yeah.
Oh, Widjik looking, and there it is.
Yeah, Akron, I don't know if that was a double eye misdrop at the top or what happened there, but Widjik does take that warm-up. Nicely done, 2-minute round.
Yeah, solid way to start things off with a nice little show.
Yeah, starting off with a bang for sure. But yeah, based on that warm-up alone, this is going to be a pretty even set. I didn't see too much like back-to-back chaining by both of them. I'm interested to see if that's that's typically their strategy, or if they're going to start like trying to push more for that, because usually that's what gets a lot of these top players the wins. But I mean, we'll see. I think they might be a little bit shaky because I was seeing a good amount of misstops, especially from Akron's side. So I think it's up if they can like get those figured out, then they can probably get some back-to-back chains going to get kills.
Yeah, 100%. I think honestly, after watching that warm up, my previous question of who you got, I just became so much harder actually.
Yeah, it was just a lot even. I don't think either of them is playing like perfect right now, which I mean, it's bound to happen. You're playing for a chance at being the world championship, so maybe a little bit nerves are kicking in right now, but both of them still had very nice survivals at key points to actually keep it going, so I think they're going to be fighting good.
Indeed. Now we have both players ready, so we'll be getting into things here in just 1 second. I can't wait.
Yeah, let's get it started, folks.
Players.
Okay, and Widget already starting with that LC, immediately breaking out of it, but Akron misdropping at that top with that L piece to start, and Widget taking a quick first game.
Yeah, immediately able to capitalize on that misdrop. And granted, you know, some misdrops worse than others. That was definitely a tough one to get. But Akron unfazed, starting off round 2, much for shape here.
Yeah,
I'm liking the stack.
Here.
Yeah, I'm liking the stack Akron's going for. Some big damage about to come out of here.
Ooh, looks for some timing there.
That burst speed. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, Widget's sitting at the bottom of their board, so they just tanked that nicely, but they did have to tank another spike there. Did make their way down to the clean. Akron dealing with a bit of cheese and misdrops.
Widget going for a kill here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Immediately you could tell kind of bit when Akron's board got kind of that high, and Widget just goes, okay, well, I got the Q for this. You know, we'll do this STSD. We'll bang it out, and really pushed out a little bit of speed and finish it out, get that huge spike. But now, different story.
No. Going for that DT cannon, and now you're DT dead there.
Yeah, DT cannon, and to get double PC'd. That's tough. Akron bagging a simple one after that start. Definitely something that he's going to want. Oh, yeah. Perfect garbage for Widget. Okay. That's like you celebrate internally moment.
Oh yeah, definitely. When you got that type of wall, you're very happy. But I mean, Akron's the one I was about to say had that back-to-back, immediately breaks out of it. But they do seem to be on the offensive right now. Is half a PPS faster than Widget. But I mean, both of them still having really nice board states, and Widget sending a huge spike to Akron, just trying to downstack to it all.
Things got rough for Widget with one S misdrop into a third, but this cleanup, it's just barely not enough. Akron evening things up here. Widget just having a super unfortunate sequence that just really massive speed bump, took the tire off the car.
Yeah, when you have those back-to-back misdrops, it can be very, very hard to come back from that. And speaking of misdrops, it looks like Akron started that opener with a misdrop there. Not sure what happened. They did clean it up, but Widget getting a little too greedy, it seems.
Yeah, both players having a bit of the same kind of start, a little bit of a trip up there. Widget opting to tank that first attack, trying to build up a huge spike into it, but just not having the T-piece or an I-piece or anything to really combo with.
Ooh, Akron with a nice counter spike there, but immediately into a misdrop and not ready for the downstack.
And Widget
tying it, yeah.
Ties this up 3-3 at just what a shootout of a game, by the way. This
yeah, I feel like it's just
the
like
warm-up was longer than like half of these.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Akron getting the first BC, does not get the next one, but Widget sitting at the top of their board, trying to downstack through it, covers their well a little bit, does manage to send a T-spin to cancel, but still sitting at the top and has that misshot.
No way!
Surviving, no!
Okay, Widget, okay. Okay.
Oh, the T-miss drop ends it there. That was a crazy survival.
Yeah, only a cool 190 APM from Akron that round at 4.3. Wait, what? Okay, hold on, bro.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, for Akron again with these misdrops in the opener.
What's going on? What's going on?
These two are just misdropping all day against each other and just keeping it equal right now.
Indeed, but here we are playing a first to 11 +2. So, okay, you love it when that PC happens. That's such a good one also. You're like, thanks, RNG.
Yeah.
But both of these players here at 4 points in a first to 11, still plenty of room to go, still plenty of time to get warmed up, but I would try and at least keep things even, you know? You don't want to let too big of a lead build up early on.
I mean, both of them doing that nicely, but right now they're both dealing with misdrops, it seems, just trying to downstack. Wujik dealing with so much cheese right now, they cannot make it down in time. And Akron, I think this might be the first time they lead. First or second time, but I mean, it's still extremely close at this point.
Indeed. Oh, uh-oh.
We got that C-spin.
One line, unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
Okay, but Wujik's stack looks primed and ready here. Yeah.
Akron with a back-to-back. Keeping it going here. Okay, has to break out of it there to make it down.
Akron able to receive that one pretty cleanly was pretty huge. Now Akron, the one with that good clean stack right there.
Yeah, has that really nice wall right now. Wujik has that back.
That was beautiful. Did you just see that sequence from Wujik? Like, that was just some really good out-of-order stacking.
Might not be enough there.
Was not enough, no.
Greedy, yeah.
No, and Akron takes a little bit wider of a lead here.
Yeah, slowly inching towards that 11 points right now. Ooh, that was a nice T-spin single for the Tetris there by Akron, keeping that back-to-back. Wujik now struggling to survive it all. Does make it down to clean, but misdrop! No!
Oh, no, not like that. That's a tough one to see right there. Akron bagging yet another one.
Yeah, jumps up.
Gotta be happy right now with these rounds.
Yeah, just 3 quick ones to take a nice lead here.
Oh, and another double PC. Be an early finish there. Wujik makes like literally 2 misdrops, and that's your death sentence. Is like your crime was making 2 misdrops. GG.
I mean, yeah, you're out for the count with that. Wujik's struggling right now. Just has 1 misdrop and they keep dying.
That's
Akron
almost 5 PPS stick sequence. Like, all right, that's an assault to start off here.
I mean, they seem to be doing fine. Akron's the one struggling.
I don't know about that. I don't know if Akron seems to be doing. I don't know about that. Wujik back in the fight here. 5-8.
I'm bringing it back, yeah.
Alrighty, Akron attempting this one again. Gonna stave off the garbage.
Ooh, gets those floating T-spins up, but gets sent.
One, but it's always risky. And the double misdrop, that's gonna be it.
Wujik slowly inching back right now. These misdrops are costing Akron a lot here.
Ooh, the Tetris PC, but Wujik surviving with that C-spin opener.
That's a nice
Akron getting another PC. Okay, just nuclear bombs going back and forth to start this one.
Yeah, looks like the attacks are finally over. A little bit slower here now, but Wujik's still having a lot of clean on their board.
Yeah. Oh, really nice down stack here for Wujik. Good little combo. Akron pausing for a moment here to think about this down stack. Accepting a bunch of cheese. Like, look at a board full cheese. You know?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I would not want to be on that board state right now, but Akron's doing fine so far right now. Wujik does have a spike ready, but misdrops the setup there and has to downstack out of it, letting Akron live here.
Oh, really fast fix from Wujik to get back in the game. Nice little T-spin single to juice it up. Going for some very creative 9-0 donations. I'm liking that a lot.
Oh no, and Akron another misdrop there.
Okay, Wujik going for the kill, but not gonna happen. This is the game of stubbed toes right here.
Oh my goodness, that was some crazy survival by Akron there. They had such a bad misdrop, but just had nice
Ooh.
down stacking to get out of it. But Widget right now...
Widget going light speed right now.
Yeah, ready with that spike, and Akron just had way too much cheese on their board to get to the clean in time. Widget now bringing it back, 1 point away from tying it.
That was just Widget turned on VTech right there, kicked in, just winning a Mach 7 million. Gonna have to do it again to get out of here, and they are able to. It's going crazy with this one.
Yeah, nicely done there. Good survival by Widget. And keeping that back-to-back as well. Akron sitting at the top right now, barely down stacking through all of that sand.
Yeah, both players now really firing on some cylinders. This is looking pretty good to start off here.
Yeah, looks... Yeah, just pretty clean so far. Akron does have that 0-9 well right now, sending Widget up a lot right now, but they do seem to be down stacking through it nicely, but Akron still has that back-to-back going.
Yeah, Widget's going to have to find a way to interrupt this back-to-back. They're not going to be able to just keep down stacking this forever. You know, I've been there. I've been in that situation. It's the story of my life playing Tetris, right? At some point, they're going to catch they're going to catch up and beat you.
Looks like Akron is forced to break out of it. Widget barely surviving all of that onslaught. Yeah. Finally makes it down to the clean. And Akron with so much speed right now.
Oh, this is scary for Akron. And here comes another spike from Widget. The double T at the right time. It was faded, and now we have an even game again.
Yeah, Akron just jumping with the lead, and Widget just grabbing their legs and pulling down, making sure they're at equal footing right now.
Widget just straight up kicked that soccer ball right between Akron's legs. You know, just right through him.
Oh, yeah.
That lead absolutely dissolved. Okay, really risky, but nice conversion here. Widget not able to find the full down stack combo. Meanwhile, Akron gearing up for a big hit. Yeah, Widget nearly taken out. Yeah, definitely taken out from that with the misdrop in the O piece there.
Yeah, Akron getting another win finally after that huge comeback by Widget. Only 2 away from taking it. Widget needs to win this if they want to keep it close. But Akron starting with that loop right here does not get the next PC, but Widget misdropping too much, and Akron now at match point here.
Oh, okay. Powerful starter from Akron, the double PC, but not enough this time for Widget, able to stay in the game, armed with so much clean. Akron in trouble. There's no escape from that one.
Yeah, that was just too much misdrop. Then they had cheese under that, and then they were getting sent another spike.
But this is match point, and Widget really has to go absolutely crazy mode here right now if they want to stay in. Remember, this is first 12 and +2.
Yeah, they got to bring it to deuce if they want to have a chance.
Okay.
A lot of
and it's the perfect garbage. Okay, Widget with a huge spike. Not nearly enough, though. Akron flying through this. Determined to end it now. With this fractal, it's good, but it's not nearly enough. Widget still hanging out at the bottom just fine. Now has the cleanest stack with the misdrop, and it's going to end right there.
Yeah, that was really good survival there by Widget, but just not enough. Just messed up that T placement, and it cost them. And Akron moves on to second round of winners. Very nicely done by them. Widget now forced to move down to losers, but I mean, with how they played, I definitely expect to see them go further.
Yeah, that one was truly a replay worth saving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
What a great set to start things off here. High energy, closely matched. Love to see it. I'm not gonna lie, I got bad vision. I mean, you can see how big my glasses are. I gotta make this huge to see what's going on here at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could see that 4-point swing Akron got, and then Widget right back with 4 in a row immediately after, but it looks like Akron still clutched it.
Hey yo, jump scare?
Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
Doing analysis again tonight. Great to be with you guys. What did you think of that set?
I mean, it was very back and forth by both of them for sure.
Hate to say, there was a set of misdrops. Both of these players could do so much better. A little disappointing to see that, honestly, but there were some good moments. Mostly rough moments, kind of unfortunate, but has to happen. Mostly the expectations panned out though. Widget is very explosive, but also inconsistent. Same with Akarin, but Akarin also has the crazy openers that you saw from the beginning.
Yeah, they got a few nice wins in there from that.
He skipped sub 18, by the way. Like, he had an 18 point something sprint, and then just went to 16.
Yeah.
I think, like, look at that. Like, as you can see, that burst speed, it's got to come from somewhere. I was thinking that during the game. Like, that was insane.
I think there's only one other person that did that, and I think that was, like, Reset that skipped 17, if I'm not mistaken.
I would not be surprised.
So, like, if you're in that type of company, that is very impressive.
They both had a really shaky start, and honestly, the entire set was pretty shaky. We saw Widget trying to time pretty often, but I don't think that's Widget's best playstyle. I think Widget's best playstyle is just full sending it and trying to burst people to high heaven with incredible back-to-back chains and stuff. Especially versus Akarin, who can just pull out explosive spikes at any time with the burst speed. It's very dangerous to try to overtank. In this set though, the storyline was really just the first misdropper loses. Especially when your opponent is freaking top 30 worldwide in Blitz. The openers go hard, you misdrop the opener, you are so dead. And that's what we saw from Widget very often. As Akarin started running away with it, such explosive power, such great openers. Although Widget did miss a couple kills too, probably from nerves. He did say that it was a pretty sloppy set, and I have to agree. From both of them. We'll definitely see better stuff. Stick around for better sets. They are cracked, and we will see that in a bit. Good stuff from both. Well played. Keep going. Glad to have you here. Alright, here's the openers that we were talking about. Just look at freaking Akarin here.
Yeah,
also,
I mean,
the spaghetti from Widget.
You really see, even at this level, like, you know, just 1, 2 bad misdrops at the beginning with the speed that some people can pump out. 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, keep counting PCs. It could, so you know, even here, it's still fatal.
Yeah, even though these players are obviously extremely good, they are still not prone for making some mistakes.
Especially in a high-stakes tournament like this,
Indeed.
The nerves are insane. You have to keep your nerves, you have to play your best. Honestly, well played to Widget for bringing it back all the way to a tight match.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Akron just had so much momentum there, and Widget just stopped it in their tracks for a moment.
And here we go, it closes out around here. Just... Akron was slightly more consistent here, and that was really the storyline. Whoever misdrops less wins the round, wins the set, wins the game.
Indeed, but we'll have to see if Akron can kind of shape up a little bit before his next game tonight, or whatever that may be, I suppose.
With
Yeah,
240 APM, you can beat anyone, but with these misdrops, you can lose to anyone.
Yeah, looking at the bracket, they do need to face Caboozled up next. Looks like Caboozled did win their winners, their first round set, which I believe you could have watched it on Hummingbird Nest if you didn't get the chance. There's going to be a bunch of matches streamed there as well. But yeah, that's going to be a really exciting round 2 match.
I have to say, I predict Uzapai to win that. Caboozled's been really consistent recently with very few misdrops, and still like 300 APM bursts once in a while. That's terrifying to deal with. Best of luck to Akarin, really. With that,
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Yeah, looking at losers bracket right now, we can see Kill XP, who is the one that lost to Caboozled, is going to be facing Widget to see who can continue their run here. So, yeah, I believe that match is going to be on Hummingbird Nest if you want to check that out. But I think for now we're going to be doing Akma versus Ergonomics next, which is going to be another exciting matchup.
That's right. These are two players that I don't know a ton about, despite seeing both, at least more than once. So I'm excited as always to watch different playstyles, some different people that I'm not used to.
Yeah, Akma was former Blitz world record holder, currently still 7th in the world, so clearly they have that opener game ready, but I mean, Ergonomics just is an extremely consistent player from what I've seen. They had a huge rise, I believe it was at the end of 2021, I believe it was. They just kind of came out of nowhere and they made it to top 20. They've been sitting strong there, so it's going to be an uphill battle for Akma for sure, but if they can get a couple opener wins in there that I assume they're capable of, then they definitely have a chance.
Well, so you're saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance in Tetrio.
That's true. The game is volatile. So Ergonomics, very defensive player, according to my dude. We've been upgraded. We've been upgraded from triangles.
Yeah, we've got all everything here.
We skipped right over to the Pentagon. Akma being relatively balanced player.
Yeah, overall pretty consistent in everything. So I mean that's pretty good. We'll see if it's enough to challenge Ergonomics, especially strong APP and defense. It's going to be a tough battle, but if they can get some opener wins, and that could give them a big advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ergonomics definitely has a bit more of a track record. Looks like a bit stronger. But Tetrio, I mean, Akma is
anything can happen. Yeah.
So Akma certainly has the ability. But it looks like we are going to get into warm up here. Oh, buddy, we're gonna be seeing a lot of this tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, we will. Looks like Akma starting with that back-to-back very nicely so far. Does break out of it, but Ergo is sitting at the top of their board.
Indeed. So we have to find out to see if what I'm going to assume is going to be a relatively kind of front-loaded heavy assault at the beginning versus Ergonomics' fairly defensive play. We'll see how they stand up.
I mean, Ergonomics did have some nice back-to-back just now, did break out of it, but clearly they're capable of the offensive as well, but they do seem to be playing a little bit slower right now. Probably know that...
but here's the speed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, going a little bit faster. He's dealing with a lot of cheese right now from Akma. Does need to make their way down, but obviously their down stacking is strong, so it looks like they do so very nicely.
But slowly Ergonomics is clearing that board up. It's less cheese, more clean. And okay, gearing up for a little bit of a risky back-to-back set, and they're able to combo down through, keep this into a nice multiplier, even things out for Ergo here. Okay, that garbage. Okay, here we go. And now Akma in danger. Akma in trouble even.
Yeah, they had that 9 back-to-back, but just got caught in a bad position. Didn't have a attack ready to cancel, and Ergo takes that warm-up, sending 70 less lines. So yeah, definitely a lot more methodical, slower approach there, and it worked out for them well.
All right, getting into this one rather quickly here. I am always excited to see a little slow, methodical play. Always just, I don't know, just always, it's my favorite personally. But
I mean, yeah, it's nice when people can out counter speed with good timing and stuff. Oh, but Akma starting with that miss drop there, not great. They might need to use that speed advantage to make their way down, and they do find a very clean down stack.
Yeah, it turns, what turns into a rough start now actually into pretty nice attack here, ready to receive ergonomics counter spike in the meantime. Although I'm a little worried here, Akma did accept quite a bit, and he's gonna have to struggle to find something way out, which they do. Really, I would not have found that combo, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice burst to wake their way down, and Ergonomics is the one sitting at the top at the moment,
Indeed.
trying to down stack, but struggling a little bit, can't get it in time, and Akma takes the first one.
Not able to S-spin fast enough moment. I know that feeling, me too, bro. Me too.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like Ergonomics has an amazing board if they can just get through this like top line of cheese, and here comes that assault. There it is. Non-stop relentless back-to-back clearing that entire board, and Ergonomics bagging a first round here.
Yeah, tying it right back up. Pretty even so far. I think no one getting the advantage here, but Ergonomics starting this round with a few misdrops. They're already sent to the top by Akma, who's bursting at 4 PPS, but they also misdrop here.
Oh, and okay, holding that O piece was dangerous, but Akma recognized in time. Okay, I really gotta put it there. I can't do this.
Yeah,
So
nice,
it was so
nice
close
save
to
there.
disaster. Oh, speaking of disaster, Ergonomics is about to have one.
No.
Yeah, oh no. Okay, great fix, yo.
Yeah, that was a
Nice
sick O donation.
Super risky. They are still on the wire. We're not out of the woods yet for Ergonomics, but if there's something that we've already seen this match, it's definitely something you can escape from. And as I'm saying that, they already did, like twice over.
Yeah, well, again, setting back to the top. Does have a lot of clean to work with right now, but so does Akma here. Looks like gets a nice little multiplier there. Ergonomics does tank it, though.
Oh.
Ooh, that was a nice setup there with the overhang.
Yeah, Ergonomics really looking forward through that garbage. Gonna get the prophecy. Oh, okay, here's the speed boost again from Ergonomics as they get to multiple Tetris garbage wells. Things were looking pretty good there, but the burst wasn't really enough to upset Akma too much, or even get them in a dangerous position now, as this board is just completely ready to be turned.
Yeah, it just looks like it's both of them just playing very nicely right now. No one getting the lead. Akma does have that back-to-back. Does send Ergonomics to the top. Still keeps it going right now here. Ergonomics needs to try and break it before Akma gets a killer spike ready.
Yeah, Ergonomics timing this out. And okay, come on, garbage.
No.
Come on.
Oh no, Akma was not ready.
Oh, dude, that's some anime stuff right there. That's like a 5-second time pauses, or he just goes, I don't think so, or says some kind of catchphrase and just you know what I'm talking about. That's what happened. Like the garbage right there of all places. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly what they needed right now, and what they're about to get is another win right there. Akma just not in a good position with their well, and Ergonomics taking a 2-point lead here now.
Yeah, taking round number 3.
Round number 4 here.
Well,
taking
their
third
score
round.
number 3. Yeah, they should be more clear about that.
Looks like Akma keeping that back-to-back right now is forced to break out of it to get a little bit of a cleaner well here.
The Ergonomics displaying some of that all-spin knowledge too, with good classic J kick. Love doing those ones.
Ooh, Akma, nice little multiplier spike there. Ergonomics not ready to tank it, and Akma slowly inching back to tying it to back up.
Yeah, that was just not the right time for Ergonomics to receive that garbage. Akma had more on the way, so.
Yeah,
okay. This is just like a he knew moment. This is like an Ergonomics. He knew. It wasn't enough. I mean, okay, knowing the future doesn't mean you can change it, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little too late, even with your best of your abilities.
Alright, super creative opener here from Ergonomics. But quickly leveling things out here. Akma in this center 5-4 stack.
Yeah, has that nice back-to-back going right now, but Ergonomics sitting at the bottom of their board also getting back-to-back built right now.
Yeah.
We'll see who breaks it first right now, but Ergonomics is sitting a little bit high up.
Aqua going for a big attack here. Able to get through it, a little bit of a risky situation down into the actual meat of it.
Yeah, very
so clean right now.
Ooh, Akma reading a little bit for these T-spin setups. Does get a nice spike there. Ergonomics barely taking that to survive right now. Still trying to make their way down. Does get to the well in time, and Akma now sitting at the top here.
Yeah, Ergonomics finding a great multiplier from the top of the board there, and that big down stack seems to look at this well Akma has. I mean, this... Okay, not able to use
not well enough, apparently.
Moment. Yeah. Block and don't use it moment. Yeah. Ergonomics securing that 2-point lead once again here.
Isn't it a 1-point lead?
I can't read. Wow, that's crazy. I really can't read today. Oh my gosh.
It's okay. Counting to 4 is hard.
That's right. That's why I'm not X rank. I can't count to 4.
But these players can right now. Both of them getting that back-to-back chain ready. Akma is forced to break out of it, looks like, with a miss drop there. Ergonomics still doing fine, but doesn't have the cleanest board, so has to break out of it as well. And it's getting spiked up so much right now. Does find a little bit of a combo, but it's still not enough. Akma once again tying it.
Super clean finish there from Akma, finding the back-to-back. Keeping Ergonomics at the top, unable to really escape. And winning that battle of attrition slowly. It was good stuff.
Yeah, just when Ergo gains the lead here, Akma takes it back, not letting them have that. So far, just very, very even for both of these players.
That's right, though. Akma playing a little bit less committal here so far in this round. A lot more down stacking, and I think that is going to be to Ergonomics' benefit. Not just yet, though, as Akma's able to reach this clean garbage. Good for him, though. It was real close.
Yeah, it was very nicely done here. Still keeping that back-to-back. Is greeting for another T-spin here. I would down stack if I were them, but they made it out.
Excellent tank.
Yeah, Ergonomics looks like they were timing there, deciding not to go for the kill at that moment.
Okay, going for a little bit of a greed moment, but, you know, if Ergonomics can find a good power attack right now, doesn't look like they're going to be able to.
Yeah, not enough to kill. Does send a little bit of cheese, but Akma is not focused on it right now, just trying to send as much as they can in the moment.
Yeah, and Akma finally escapes from that really dangerous position, but is shoved right back into it. There's a nice down stack. Okay, and now Akma is that kind of down stacky behavior earlier is really starting to pay off. Speeds through this, and it's just in no danger.
Yeah, they don't seem to be going too aggressive at the moment, just biding their time, waiting for the time to strike, and that moment to strike was right there.
Seriously.
Nice 22 spike.
Seriously, Akma, unfortunately, having to bail on that T-spin, really taking out a lot out of that stack, as well as blocking the way down. Caught a bit of the wrong moment. Allowing Ergonomics to take this round.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we see Ergonomics sitting at the top of their board right now. Does get a nice down stack, but Akma's still ready with a clean board themselves to send so much right now. Huge 23 spike there. Ergonomics still managed to down stack through all of it so cleanly here.
Keep it up just fine. See Ergonomics waiting there, but ultimately deciding, nope, what I'm waiting for is not coming in time. Instead going for this STSD, finding a sudden burst of pressure, and taking out Akma by surprise.
Yeah, finally gaining another lead here. Obviously only marginal at this point, but you need all you can get.
Ooh, Akma stuck looking for something here, not finding anything at all. Ergonomics gearing up to have looked to be a pretty solid attack coming here. Not able to multiplier all of it, but able to continue into some LST, but won't even need it. Ergonomics
Yeah.
takes 7 points here.
Didn't even matter there. It looked like Akma had a few misshots there. Did manage to downselect a little bit, but not enough in time. And Ergonomics getting a three nice wins in there to take a nice lead, slowly inching to the 11 they need right now.
Indeed, but with a game this close, Ergonomics is definitely going to want to look to take it before the Akma has a chance to, you know, keep things going with the deuce.
Yeah, and right now, Akma does have that back-to-back, does break out of it, but has a nice spike in the process, but then into double misdrop might be Ergo's chance to send a counter spike, and they do so nicely to take another win, getting 4 in a row at this point.
Yeah, Ergonomics throwing out a huge back-to-back chain there, powering up for that huge spike at the end. Good stuff here. Oh, surprise, all clear. Almost 2, blocked though, not able to get. Ergonomics looking for downstack, making a bit of a sacrifice there, ultimately able to clear through it. Really for them, while Aqua sending off some big incoming attacks, but they just aren't even showing up. Not even showing up on Ergonomics' board. Like
Not even
okay,
phased
bro.
at all right now. Akuma does get this nice 24 spike, does send Ergo to the top.
More than Ergo can take. They tried, I guess, to continue that with a little bit of a down stack through the combo, but just could not afford. I don't think they expected Akuma to keep going that long.
Yeah, they should have tried a little bit harder there. I don't know. If I were them, I would have tried to survive.
It's a real tough start there. Aqua forced to waste not 1, not 2, 3 T pieces before she getting the 4th super early.
Well, looks like Ergonomics does not have a clean board themselves. Looks like they were not in a good position to actually send anything, and now they're the ones sitting at the top trying to find any downstack they can.
Oh, but look at this multiplier. The
What
moment
is
of
it
hesitation pays off bigly.
Oh, but
That time it really doesn't.
It did
Yeah,
not
God,
pay
you hate
off.
it. You hate it when you hold and you're like, cool, this hold millions, I die.
Yeah, you can't really do much at that moment and just surrender.
Gotta hate that. Okay.
But I mean, if you're
still with the
Akuma, you're
2-point lead.
happy.
Still with that 2-point lead, things are drawing closer and closer to the finish here. Oh, Ergonomics looking to get back into some back-to-back stacking here, looking to set up an STSD.
Has to
Did
waste
not get.
it.
Oh, but they
But
did
does
get 1
the
in 10.
perfect
Okay.
well.
Yeah. That was a moment I'm really thinking it's either going to be perfect or it's going to be the 1 in 10, and it's going to be no other column. It's going to be one of those two.
Yeah, I thought it was 1 in 10, but Akuma getting the PC mid game.
Oh.
Ergonomics barely surviving it. Akuma.
No shot. No
Taking the
way. That's
second
survival. How? Literally how? Ergonomics cheating death.
Yeah, I think if Akuma got that second PC, they would have been dead for sure, but could not find it in time. Letting Ergo live another day.
Yeah, Ergonomics really using up one of those 9 lives right now. The only way possible, you know.
Yeah, ooh, nice 180 spin
Oh.
by Akuma to get a nice
This is a
spike in
dangerous
there.
spot here for Ergonomics under a lot of pressure, but they're able to escape.
Yeah, that was a nice burst to downstack through all of that. Akuma not getting the kill in time, but they do have that back-to-back ready right now. Is still building it up here.
Yeah, and Aqua still keeping the speed advantage, but not able to get a huge downstack into the misdrop, and that's probably going to let Ergonomics get the round, but Ergonomics does not have anything ready. There's nothing prepared in the tank. Aqua is in the clear for now.
They do need the downstack through this cheese, but oh, makes it down so
yeah.
nicely here.
Real
Yeah.
fast.
Ergo, in the meantime, was building that back-to-back up to 10 at this point here, and Akuma not ready to downstack through all of that pressure right after it.
Indeed, you saw Aqua at the end of that start to kind of play a little bit with the timing and wait, kind of play Ergonomics' own game, but ultimately ends up biting them a lot, I would say. Because they had the old took too much.
Yeah, it looks like they start with a small misdrop there. does fix it nicely, but Ergonomics
No,
reading
bro,
for that
not the King Crimson,
the Firestorm special gets it off.
You can't be serious though. I just gotta appreciate someone, I don't know who. Someone's looking out for the players right now. You telling me bro wastes two T pieces and then gets the two like close next to each other in queue when they're at the top of the board? Storyboard. Story perfect right there.
Yeah, you could not write it better there, but Akma survived it just fine.
That's right. Now Ergonomics down stacking the whole board, speeding up a little bit to get some back-to-back and taking another quick round to match point.
One away from taking it. Looks like both of them starting here with some LST here. Looks like Ergonomics seems to have a misdrop there and getting hugely spiked up by this Akma pressure, trying to find some kind of combo to make their way down, but couldn't make it, and Akma living one game longer here.
Oh, yeah, staying in it here. This is quite a scary board for Ergonomics to have if you're Akma, but fortunately Akma does have some counters here.
Yeah, they do have a clean wall themselves right now, self-built, and getting a huge
charging
spike
up.
ready here. 215 APM, 2 away from tying it.
Yes, what speed Akma pulls off at the stops right now, and I guess you really gotta if you're in Akma's shoes, because this is it. You can't lose anymore.
Yeah, no
Oh,
mistakes.
the perfect garbage!
Oh, no.
That's gonna be another round for Akma if they can.
But no, Ergo lives!
Defying death.
Spoke a little too soon there.
Ergonomics straight up defying death. Used up another life.
But Akma still has a really clean board right now.
Board for Ergo, but okay. Both these players just exchanging bombs right now. I love this.
Yeah, Akma has that back-to-back going right now. Ergo trying to make it down to the clean. Oh my god, that O setup was crazy. How did Ergo see that? I don't know, but it worked perfectly for them. Akma still with that back-to-back though.
Really, really pushing it hard now at 13. Forced to break finally, but finding a multiplier immediately to keep the pressure up. But Ergo's board has so much clean garbage. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm ready for a spike at any moment right now, and I bet Akma is very scared of that happening right now.
I'm just waiting any second my screen will warp and distort like 30 times as like, the super combo spike happens or whatever. Just any second now. There we go.
Oh no, Akma just not wasting that eye and letting Ergo take it here. What a game. Akma so close to bringing it back, but just barely not able to.
Yeah, a super, super strong finish in that single round there. But overall, real back and forth with, I would say, it looks like no player having real clear control that whole game until kind of more the end.
Man, with that speed gap, you would not expect Ergonomics to have the lower sprint there. It's like, look at the average PPS. You guys saw that.
Yeah, I know Ergonomics is pretty fast, but it looks like they were just definitely trying to play a lot slower and timing more. Definitely not using that. They were using speed per burst, but definitely not like consistent going fast.
And this is how Ergonomics always plays. They're one of the most consistent and controlled players in the entirety of TETR. It's a pleasure to see them play at any time. But really, just look at the PPS gap. Akma's always like half a PPS faster, but Ergo has the speed advantage if they really wanted it. It's interesting to think about.
Like almost the whole game, and yet, I think it was a 300 line difference at the end.
That's the difference in playstyle for you. This is the perfect Plonker versus Strider matchup that everyone loves to talk about. Akma does have top 10 Bliss, so that our opener power is simply insane. But Ergonomics was the perfect counter to that, just playing it always so consistent, so controlled, knowing where every single piece is going to go, and taking the time to think if they don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah,
You love
they
those
haven't-
solves.
they had some very nice prophecies throughout that set there. I remember like 2 or 3 that were just like I could not envision them, but it was just really nice viewing the garbage below and seeing where to set up a T-spin overhang.
I think I have a story about this. I'm pretty sure Blarg was just going fast in multiplayer, but one day he just decided to try and go slower, and then because he thinks at like 6 PPS because of his sprint, he just immediately became one of the most efficient players ever. And I believe that's the case with ergonomics.
I mean, yeah, if you can think that fast, then you definitely have time to get better setups.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. The way I would describe it almost is it feels more like ergonomics is using a complete toolbox. You know, if that makes sense. They have speed when they need it, efficiency when they need it.
It's great to see how ergonomics makes a reactionary playstyle work. Most of the
Yeah.
time, you want to set the pace for the game. You want to control what the other player is doing besides for yourself. But ergonomics always plays passive. They react to what Akma's doing, and then try to counter it. They always have a spike ready, so one single misdrop from Akma could be lethal. We saw that throughout the match, and it sure was. That does unfortunately mean that the win con for ergonomics was for Akma to dig themselves a hole and make a mistake. Which also happened pretty often, but if Akma could fix that inconsistency, this would have been a lot closer, and ergonomics would have been in significant danger there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's going to be interesting to see their Ergo's next opponents if they're able to not make as many mistakes and get some more wins in the book from it.
When your win condition relies on your opponent screwing up their win condition, it's not always as consistent as you would like. But the consistency balance out since ergonomics is just always so safe. With like, where did that misdrop go? You saw that board from ergonomics, and then there's perfect clear from Akma. And then you're like, oh, Ergo is dead. And then I'm
Ergo
pretty sure
is
Ergo
not
won
dead,
that
yeah.
round.
Yes, I think the last round, Ergo was about to die, but just clutches with a very nice down stack and takes it at the end.
That's what
Yeah.
you can do when you think at 6 PPS or something, I guess. When Edge missed the nice.
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 Reactionary playstyles don't generally work. It's really dangerous. It highly depends on your opponent. In this case, it's like the perfect counter to Akma because of inconsistency. But against perhaps Kabuzo, who's just going to blast you cannot play reactionary.
Yeah, Kabuzo's just gonna keep DPC at you. Like, go ahead and react to that. Why don't you?
You have to get
The
him
correct
out of his
reaction
comfort
to-
zone.
Like, the correct reaction to that was like 3 seconds ago, buddy. You know?
My reaction to your information, oh, my board is full.
Yeah.
You have to choose your opponent when you do that. It's dangerous.
That's right.
It's very risky. So yeah, ergonomics played perfectly here. Well-deserved win, and we shall move on to our next match.
That's
Going
right.
to be
Coming up
Akron
next
Cav. Okay.
could be Kaboozle Pie and Akron, I want to say, correct?
But yeah, I believe so. They are in the room, going to be starting soon here. This is the first time we're seeing Kaboozle. They did win their winners round 1 earlier, and I think they definitely have the advantage here. Akron, we saw earlier, was misdropping a lot, so they definitely need to try and get those fixed up if they want to have a chance here, but Kaboozle is extremely consistent, so regardless, it's going to be very difficult for them.
That's right. And it's looking like down below, where only one chance remains here, that Widgick has moved on, and Silver Nibbles will stand up to face Akma.
Yeah, I believe looking at winners earlier, they did lose to Tatos, unfortunately, so they're going to be trying to beat Akma at this point to keep it going.
I'm just saying, I can't blame them. I'd lose potatoes too, you know?
I mean, I would say 99.9% of players would lose to Tatos, so I understandable for sure.
Yeah. but I'm sure it's definitely a hard fight. I'd probably lose to both players. I mean, if they're here, I would definitely, you know.
Yeah, I mean they made it for a reason. They are one of the best players in the game.
That's right. That's right. You are in some world tier stuff right now, yeah. And it feels like I find myself saying this fairly often for all these tournaments, and we're pretty lucky to have such a concentration of players willing to do this, but constantly we're just seeing the best in the world, but now it really is for that title, I suppose.
Well, yeah, finally, we haven't had like a true tournament to decide a champion, but here it is. And right now we see Caboozled versus Akron fighting it off right here. Looks like Akron was some crazy defense here. But I mean, on the other end, Caboozled really high and basically all other stats here. So it's really up to if Akron can downstack through all of that.
Right on. Yeah, Caboozled gotta be one of those players that, like, you know, I couldn't tell you how to beat. I don't know, the win condition is win and don't lose.
Yeah, what else can you say with that?
Win and don't lose. Akron's definitely got a hefty challenge here ahead of them, but I think it's nothing you can't handle. We'll see.
Yeah, and we got this warm-up here to start here. We'll see what both of them go here. Akron with the PC, Caboozled misdropping the TKI. Lovely start. We always love those, but gets a crazy multiplier now.
All right, there goes your warm-up, bro. I mean,
Okay,
and there was... Caboozled even had that Imperial Cross at the end. I mean, like, Dog was going mad greedy with it, too. Like, no L and Q to fix that overhang. Both T's visible. Dog still does it. Gotta respect it.
Yeah, no L and Q, no L on the board.
That's right. No L in sight for that warm-up. Not for Caboozled Pie.
Yeah, Akron, even though they were not the ones that misshot, they were not ready.
All right, well, I hope that 10 seconds was enough to warm you up. GG.
Yeah. Hopefully Akron's got those misdrops from earlier figured out at this point, because I'm not sure that warm-up was enough to actually fix that out of them.
It was such a crazy warm-up. Caboozled Pie is he's gonna alt F4 out of the game. It's crazy. So I'm done.
Yeah, they apparently need to go AFK. I don't know what happened there.
He goes, I don't need to show anymore. That's my resume. That's what I can do. You see my track record. Goodbye.
Okay, yeah, I think they're just rejoining because they don't want to play with the tournament mode. I don't know why. I personally think it's great, but maybe it just messes with our mojo.
Who knows? But hey, I'm not one to say your game should look like this. Not my game. It's yours. Right.
So true.
So true.
Okay, here we go. Ready to get it started.
That's right. Caboozled Pie plays this fast now at Versus. That's crazy. But
Akron with the two PCs to start. Does
hey,
not matter though.
He goes, hey, remember this bit? Remember you used to do this? Remember this one? And like, okay, but now Akron's in a little bit of danger, especially with that team misdrop, and then Caboozled take on that first round.
Yeah, if you can't win with that opener and then misdrop right after, you are gonna get counter spiked all the way to the other ends of the earth, and that's what happened.
Finding two, looking for a third, not getting a third. This time, a different story for Caboozled, who is sitting pretty at the bottom of the board, literally unaffected by two PCs to start the game off.
Yeah, and has that back-to-back chain starting here. Oh, that was an interesting way to keep it going. Immediately has to break out of it, but...
That was quite a T-spin single choice, absolutely. Caboozled unbothered.
Oh, just have that misdrop there.
Akron's board. Okay, Akron is firing up some speed here. Really got in the 6-3 going, but not able to get a T-spin in it. Not able to find a spike in time and forced downstack a lot of it and just accept Caboozoled's attack. Now Caboozled setting the pace in the lead. Akron has a big spike, but not able to multiply or find anything with it.
Yeah, looks like Akron is not able to pressure enough. Caboozoled's sitting at the bottom of their board here. Gonna try building up some back-to-back at this moment. I saw a 4 wide well there. Did not go for it.
big risk here from Akron at the very, very top, but they're able to survive for now. Again,
Yes.
for now, yeah, super, super close here, but Well is almost to safety. Now Akron breaks free finally of a troublesome situation.
Yeah, makes it out just in time, but in the meanwhile, Boozle on the other side has that back-to-back going, has the spike ready,
yes,
and Akron
That's done
can't
so
make
soon.
it down. Yeah.
I mean, Akron at the end of that was already in a bit of a rough position, and Caboozled Pie, here he comes with T-spin over this spike, ready to go if that wasn't enough.
Looks like both of them have that back-to-back to start, but Akron misdropping there, giving Caboozle a chance to keep theirs going.
Yeah,
He's forced to get out of it, though, to make it down. Akron, I don't know if that was a messed up STSD, not sure what happened, but they did fix it nicely.
Okay, a lot of cheese down stack happening here for Akron, giving Caboozle good opportunity to build up the stack, build up some actual real threats here, and now making good on those even. Caboozled is building up a back-to-back. This is just crazy. Yeah, boy. Okay, and he goes for the good donation. You'll love to see this. Caboozled firing on all cylinders, but not enough.
Oh,
no, missed drop.
there. That was so nice by Akron. They managed to keep the back-to-back of their own, even with that pressure by Caboozled, and gets that counter spike just in time to take their first win.
That's right, Akron seizing an opportunity at the right moment. Very well executed. Unfortunate for Caboozled. Like, it's super fun to play that way, but like, you know, it's also super risky when you make that one misdrop and you're like, ha, I'm dead now.
This is not fine. Yeah,
I'm in danger. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like both of them doing just fine right now. Akron does have that skim to set up that TSD, but who gets spiked up immediately after can't make it down.
So many skims. Akron's really... Look, skimming is fine and all, but when you're playing an enemy like Caboozled_Pie, like... It's not good. You can't be doing this, dog. Oh, okay.
You can get the PC, but that will lead to a counter spike by Caboozled to take another one here.
Let me pose a question here. A real rhetorical question. What is Akron supposed to do right now, you know? Pray?
I mean, opener's not working. They did just misdrop now. Maybe that works for them, but they are at the top. And yeah, I don't know. If you can't get the PCs to win, you can't get the misdrops to win. So what wins at that point?
Yeah. Caboozled is really... Like, it looks like Caboozled just fired up, yo.
Yeah, they are moving right now here. Dealing with a bit of cheese here, but immediately makes it down with that nice down stack to the clean. Akron on the other side with that T misdrop there. Does find a nice combo out, but still dealing with a really rough board.
Yeah, this is just... There's just no way Akron's gonna be able to get through that kind of cheese.
Yeah, you can't really do much at that point. Caboozled now with a massive lead at this point. Akron just struggling to get even a second win on the board.
Okay, the huge back-to-back after the triple-double opener to start this for Caboozled. Breaks, goes into the down stack, and keeps that pressure up immediately. Look at this cheese in Akron's board. They're gonna have to make a miracle happen. It doesn't come, sadly.
Yeah, miracle not in their favor.
7-1.
Yeah, Caboozled just dominating right now. Yeah, again, like you were saying, what can you do to win? Both of them starting with a misdrop though right now.
Okay,
Caboozled did fix it first, but Akron did get the spike off.
Caboozled about to use some of that Caboozled speed here, and completely just downstack everything that just happened in the beginning.
They do have a lot of cheese right now, but yeah, makes it down so cleanly here. Can't keep the back-to-back in the meantime, but Akron on the other side, just sitting at the bottom of their board.
Uh-oh. Caboozled with a bit of a misdrop here above the well, forced to make some skims to clean out. Able to open things up, but still searching for some kind of way down. Not able to find any kind of multiplier, but does escape. Yeah,
Akron did have some misdrops of their own on the other side, but they made it down so nicely.
Oh, Akron,
no! Placed the wrong piece there. Breaks back-to-back.
It's convertible into a... but not with that piece sequence.
Yeah. It's convertible, but not enough time to convert here.
Oh,
Both of them trying to down stack, sitting at the
way.
top, struggling.
this is a chance for Akron right now, I think.
Yeah, they go for
Oh,
the Z-spin
no, the
triple.
overhang.
Love to see it.
And that's huge. Able to pile on. And that's going to do... You know what? They overhang the Z-spin triple. That's what did it, baby.
That's the winner. That's what you need.
That's the key.
That's what we were
executing
looking
move
for.
right there. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm here for.
Both of them getting the PC at the start, but Caboozled setting that extra line, keeping it going here, but into misdrops, letting Akron get down through all of it.
That's right. And Akron now setting up a nice little floating T-spin sequence here. Looking for a way not to break back-to-back, but had to anyway. Now things are looking pretty even for both players. Boozled not having anything too major ready to go. How does Akron both just really sitting at the bottom, down stacking a little bit. Now things are super volatile though, and here come the spikes.
Oh,
Deploying, but not nearly enough. Caboozled's taking them out way too much, way too big. The spike.
Yeah, that was a very nice timed spike by Caboozled. Just had all of the attacks ready into a combo. Akron not ready here. And Caboozled now only 3 away from winning it.
Akron's starting these rounds at like 5 PPS, bro. Okay.
It's what you need to take these, but oh, that misdrop there, maybe going too fast is a problem. Into more misdrops. Letting Caboozled take another one here.
Tough stuff here for Akron is near match point. You gotta pull off, some crazy stuff. Oh no!
You cannot do that. No,
oh, no, that's not what you gotta pull off, bro. No, you got another chance, but this is it, dude. Statue of Liver. Okay.
Yeah, match point. Akron again misdropping, going too fast for their own good.
Oh no. I gotta admit, that was actually painful.
Yeah, that one hurt to see there.
Okay, but things are looking good this round for Akron. Under control for now.
A bit cheese. Caboozled does have some nice clean there. Oh my god, that setup.
Okay, the survival.
Spike.
Okay, but great survival here from Akron, finding a little mini multiplier to keep in this game. That's what Akron's gonna have to bring like every. Oh nope, that's oh man, what a survival!
Just when you think they're in a good position, they just miss up right after. It's so difficult there. Caboozled didn't get enough to kill.
Okay, but the bursts?
Maybe? No, it's not enough here. And another T-waste misdrop there. Does make it back to the clean. Caboozled has the well to start to spike here.
Oh, okay, good garbage location here for Akron, but unfortunately,
not
able to get to the fractal TSD, even trying to combo down, accepts way too much. Caboozled out on top, coming through.
Yeah, very nicely done by them. Moving on to winners finals here to face the winner of Tatos versus Ergo, which we're going to see shortly.
That would have been a Herculean upset for Akron if it happened. I would have loved to see it.
Yeah, just an uphill battle of all time.
Cap is just one of the best players in the scene right now, and the sheer explosive power that he can pull out is incredible. All of these replays are just going to be a Caboozled Pie highlight reel. He was having way too much fun. Like, some of those overhangs, that was not okay. You gotta show off those, Cap. Can't do that all the time. Maybe in the Smash, but think about it.
I think Akron was still dealing with a lot of misdrops as well, which definitely made it hard for them to have any chance.
I think he had a better time compared to the previous set. When facing a really strong opponent, and you are really expecting to win, personally, I just stop having nerves. And that's when I play my best, really. I'm not really thinking about winning, I just want to play my best. When I face a player around my level, that's the hardest one.
Well, definitely. I mean, as we're seeing now, Akron still had some amazing moments of speed, power. We see some crazy things happening. I'd say still some moments to think back and like, yeah, that was pretty good. Definitely pretty solid. But an enemy like Caboozled Pie is, one that I hate to say it because the definition, it's pretty hazy. This not really a thing that exists. An enemy like Caboozled almost requires perfection, from both players to beat up.
Let's talk about the absolute counter, because we loved Akron's opener kills earlier. We loved the top 30 blitz, and then we loved the 5 PPS opener perfect clear into insta kill. Cab does it better. I'm sorry. Cab's also a blitzer. It's supposed to be a win con, but it's also your opponent's win con.
Except your opponent has more win cons on top of that. So you can't
Exactly.
really do much.
Just a hard counter in the opener, so that's removed as a win con. And then in the mid game, Cab is also incredible with these back-to-back chains, the complete sheer aggression and obliteration that he can bring out. It's super oppressive and difficult to deal with. Just random 29 spike out of nowhere. And what are you gonna do? Survive?
I mean, you can try, but it's not very likely.
Oh, the freaking Statue of Liberty. That round was so hard to watch. Spired well into the air, shooting across the skies with that eyepiece.
Is that
Good
the term
effort
used
from
for it these days? I like that.
Make up a new one whenever
Yeah.
you think of one.
Yeah. I like that.
I used to
That's a
say
good one.
Empire State Building. But, that eyepiece was like a torch. It was pretty inspirational.
Yeah.
But in
Yeah,
the end, we'll move on. Cab has qualified as one of the top 16, and congratulations.
Have they? Can't they technically lose winners finals and
Oh,
losers
wait.
finals?
Oh my bad, one more round.
Yeah, they still need to. It's definitely looking good for them, but they do still need to win at least one more set here.
That's the top 3 finish, my bad.
That's right. Looks like coming up at some point we'll have Tato's and Ergonomics, and one of those two, whoever it is definitely someone who also will be quite a serious challenge for Caboozled to make it out of this group.
Yeah, these. I feel like I've seen the Tato's Caboozled matchup a lot. I think Caboozled is favored for that, but Ergonomics, I don't know if I've seen
never
them
seen
play
them
as
play.
often.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see their more timed approach versus Caboozled, just insane speed and pressure.
Could that be the answer? I mean, who knows?
Maybe that's what you need. But for now, we need to see who actually wins this set to face Caboozled.
You'll just have to stick around and find out if
Well, yeah, looking at the lower bracket, we see Akma did manage to beat out Silver Nibbles there, and looks like they will be facing Akron to move on. But right now, we will be looking at this winner sides battle. Again, if you do want to watch some of the earlier losers rounds, you can check them out at Hummingbird Nest. Some very exciting sets there as well. And of course, also Team TSD hosting their own, I believe it's
B.
Group B, yeah. And I believe Diao's in that one, so also some very, very good sets going on over there.
Indeed, that is certainly one you want to watch. But you also want to watch this one. You want to watch all of it.
Yeah,
much
just have like
to not
3 monitors open, watch them all at the same time, all of the comms, it's all a good time.
That's right. Well, it looks like we have both of the players coming in here now.
Yeah, let's see if they want that warm-up. I think we do. Yeah, we have the wrong versus screen up at the moment, but hopefully we get that fixed in a moment.
Yo, Caboozled's back, and he's
Yeah,
playing.
Boozled and Akron back at it again. Crazy. They made it to Grand
He
somehow.
said, run it back, run it back.
Okay, there we go. We got it fixed here. Yeah, it looks like both of them pretty even. Ergonomics does have a slight defense advantage, but I remember, especially like before Zero Pass Through, Tato's was very well known for their down stacking ability.
Absolutely.
I think they've definitely like pulled up their pressure to like equal it out, but there's still absolutely no slouch in that department. And yeah, looks like we're about to get into this warm-up. Oh, is Tato's ready? Okay, there we go.
Oh, Potatoes do a little bit of a joking, a little bit of a I was only pretending.
Okay, yeah, looks like Tato's does have that back-to-back going right now. Yeah, does break out of it though. Ergonomics just like
Potatoes, no.
Oh no, those misdrops. Ergo taking that warm-up.
Yeah, tough. I mean, it's the kind of misdrop you just know, like, yep, no coming back. Slam space bar.
Yeah, I mean,
Get it over
thankfully
with.
it was just the warm-up, so it's not as much of an issue, but definitely don't want those in the actual set.
Hey, if you're gonna get it out somewhere, might as well get it out in the warm up.
Oh yeah, if I were to misdrop 10 times, I would take it in the warm-up every single time.
That's right. All I gotta say to both players is good luck. Enjoy the game. You know, have fun.
Let's get
Send
it
some
going
big
here.
attacks. Do some cool Tetris spins or whatever. You know, I mean, come on.
Yeah, looks like starting off here, Ergonomics already getting that back-to-back to start here. Tato's already being sent to the top. Does get the nice down stack to get through it, but Ergonomics still has that back-to-back going. They do have a lot of cheese right under it, but they seem to not care whatsoever, do finally break out of it to make their way down. Immediately getting sent some more by Tato's. Yeah, Tato's just sitting at the bottom of their board. Not really phased whatsoever, even by those big back-to-back chains. And you can see Ergo got another donation set up there, pulled it off nicely. Tato's, in the meantime, getting a nice combo spike there, sending Ergo's up. They do have a bit of downstack here, but Tato's sending another spike up here. Ergonomics barely surviving here at the top, getting those combos when they need it. Clutching it out. Tato's trying to keep that back-to-back, does have to break it out, though, to finally survive a little bit longer. Yeah, that was very nice survival by Ergonomics. Just kept it going there, even at the top. Now they're trying to get that back-to-back going, but can't really do much here. With all of this cheese on this board, Tato's just sending so much cheese into the pressure right after, and Ergo just not in a good position to attack. Tato's does have that misdrop, and Ergonomics ready with such a clean board to counter spike Tato's up here. Now Ergonomics sitting with that back-to-back does waste a T-piece, but gets another spike right after.
Yeah, great time. Ergonomics to be able to make it through to get to that big clean well, staying around here. It's a bit of a long one.
Yeah, they've been going now. We haven't seen too many 2-minute rounds here, but we've got another one here to start. Both of them not dying, refusing to give up.
Oh, Ergonomics speeding up a little bit here. Pushed up more and more to the top. Tato's also speeding up in this 9-0, trying to put some more pressure on Ergo, but it's a bit of a gamble. Downstack doesn't really send too much over.
Yeah, it's very tough here. Tato's is starting to build up that back-to-back once again. Ergonomics does have a really clean well to work with on their own. Almost
but
misplaced that
with this downstack.
Yeah, not enough, even with that nice solution there. And Tato's finally taking the first one after like 2.5 minutes. Both of them just going back and forth there.
Yo, okay, let's go. Both players starting off with stick, but Tato's with the speed difference here and actually getting it off while Ergo having to cancel through this. Now Tato's with a dangerous stack here versus Ergo. This is looking to be an early one here.
Yeah, Ergo just, after such a long round, they made mistakes at the start there, and Tato's getting another quick one in the books.
Ooh, Ergonomics with a little bit of a clean start. Accepting garbage. Both players now with really clean garbage. Economics firing off first, but it's not really enough, and Tatos goes right back in this back-to-back chain. Tatos can keep this back-to-back chain up this speed. It could be super, super threatening for Ergonomics.
Yeah, definitely pushing that speed right now. Oh, but Ergonomics again, just timing perfectly. Yeah, Ergonomics just knows the right moments to get those kills and gets the first win. Ergonomics with that nice counter spike sends Tatos up, but Tatos dealing with that clean very well right now. Ergonomics trying to build back-to-back once again. Did have a little bit of a messed up board. Does manage to fix it, but has to break out of it at that moment there, letting Tatos get out of it unscathed.
Ooh, Tatos looking for PC, but not quite able to find it. They're still left off in a really good stack position here, though. Looking to start up, speed up a little bit here, keep this back-to-back and pressure up on Ergonomics. Ergonomics board. I mean, look at this. You tell me. It's going to be some pretty dangerous stuff coming over. Certainly more equipped to survive that. And how things have turned now. Tatos under so much pressure. Not enough to kill, though.
Yeah, that was nice pressure by Ergonomics. Still, just not enough. Tatos obviously has that like survival genes in them and gets out of it. And now looking like they have a really clean board right now. Risky. Yeah, a little bit greedy there, but does get out of it.
Big attack is your reward. It's not enough. Puts a ding in Ergonomics board. Honestly, really kind of fueled Ergonomics up for that next attack, even.
Yeah, and Tatos now dealing with some misdrops there. Does make it out, but has like 5 T pieces right next to each other on their board. Does finally clear out of it. But in the meantime, Ergonomics was using those T pieces to get those back-to-back going right now. Has to break out of it, though. Just not a clean enough board state to make it to the next chain.
Well, I hope you packed the lunch. Looks like this one's going to be a long one.
Yeah, both of these players going for so long. We had a few short ones, but when these players are not making mistakes, it's a survival quest for sure.
Especially with both players having not necessarily a similar play style, but certainly meshing together well enough that no one has a clear-cut advantage, you know?
Yeah, for sure right now, and you can see that here.
Oh,
both players surviving. Even that 21 spike, Ergonomics is doing just fine.
Surprise pressure from Tatos, but Ergonomics tanking and down stacking just the same. Oh, not able to do it this time though, and Tatos gonna take third point for round 4. there, I can count.
You got it done. Yeah, nice. Tatos is starting to gain a bit of a lead at this point. Ergonomics might need to shift up their strategy, start to speed up a little bit if Tatos starts to run away with it.
Oh, okay, an early one here for Tatos is good news, especially against a player like Ergonomics, who's a real big survival buff, you know?
Yeah, looks like they timed very nicely at the right moment to get that win. Ergonomics just struggling to get anything out here. They are sending a lot here, but Tatos just had a lot of nice downstacking to get through all of it. I think compared to their earlier match versus Akma, Tatos just has that survival down pat, and it shows.
Oh, a little misdrop sequence here from Tatos. Going to give Ergonomics a window to balance this game out a little bit more in their favor, but oh, not quite happening. Not quite able to really take as much advantage of that as they maybe wanted to.
Yeah, looks like still not enough in their favor. Tatos is starting to build that back-to-back, though. Ergonomics does send a nice counter to bring them up and force them to break out of it. And now also sending a huge spike there. Tatos, but dealing with all of that clean so nicely here. I just feel like both of them, like, when they see a lot of garbage on their board, they know it's time to downstack. They're not trying to be too greedy, because...
Okay, you say that like,
maybe
while looking at Tatos' board, right? You were saying that sentence while looking at Tatos' board, right?
Yeah, maybe, possibly, but, I mean... Okay, well, the greed there cost them. Ergonomics finally getting another win on the board. Yeah, both of them starting this round not particularly hot. Just I don't know if they messed up their opener or what, but both of them sitting at like 50 APM, starting to finally speed up here. Ergonomics ready with that spike there. Does time there. Tato's is on the other end, seeing that spike and waiting just a moment to cancel. Does still get sent a bit of cheese right now.
Tato's staying in the game. I like this. I like that it's pretty clean survival.
Yeah, it was definitely a good wait there when needed. Ergonomics just couldn't get the kill off of it. I think Ergonomics, like, win condition of just waiting for their opponent to make mistakes just isn't working as well with Tato's. And you can see they're struggling to get any wins, but right as I say that, Tato's sitting at the top right now, but has such a nice down stack to barely survive through all of that pressure and cheese. And yeah, Ergo cannot get the kill here. Yeah, neither. It's just so much cheese right now. Neither is sending much at all at the moment here. And we're approaching the 2-minute mark at this point. Ergonomics does have that nice C-spin setup there. Does keep the back-to-back with it. Does shortly have to break out of it, though. Tato's had some of their own. Also breaks out of it here, but has a really clean well right now. Ergonomics trying to set up that overhang to get the attack.
Ooh, okay. Tato's looking for, some kind of big attack there, but neither player really finding anything crazy right now, honestly. A bit of a slower point in the game. Oh, and Ergonomics making a tough misdrop.
No, that donation was crazy. Oh, are you kidding me?
Oh, I literally looked back to Tato's board right after seeing One Piece and didn't think about his Q enough. It was good. I'm gonna go watch the replay.
I just into that crazy donation into TST Tower C-spin. Ergo is going off with these setups here, but again, Tato's does not care whatsoever. You can set up whatever you want. I'm still winning this game. Tato's with that nice donation there. Getting the spike ready here. Now we are approaching margin time at this point. Past the 3-minute mark here. Gonna start seeing some bigger spikes here. And you can see that right now. Tato's is starting to get those spikes up. Ergonomics getting sent so much. What's at the bottom of their board, so is able to tank it all. But Tato's still going with this back-to-back here. Oh, cannot keep it going for much longer there. Now Ergonomics is the one building that back-to-back. Tato's sitting at the top there, trying to find the downstack to get through all of it, and just barely survives with a nice counter there.
Oh, and down goes Ergonomics this round. Tato's taking 5.
Yeah, that's so difficult for Ergonomics. Such a long round, and you still can't get the win there.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, so Tato's kind of waiting, holding on here, getting some really good garbage, bruh.
Yeah, that was good timing there. But Urko with some great down stacking to live all of it, but Tato's still sending so much more.
Tato's just kind of did an Ergonomics, It's a little freaky.
Yeah, a little tough there. Yeah, at this point, Tato's just running away with it, gets another spike there. Ergonomics does have a combo, but it's likely not enough at this point.
Oh, Tato's said, I'm done, I'm tired of this long back and forth. Give me the game now. Give it to me now.
Yeah, time to get it going. But, I mean, Ergo just cannot figure out anything to do here to get some wins in the books. I thought this set would be a lot closer, but clearly Tatos just has that edge. I think just the playstyle just counters Ergo very well here with Tatos' consistency.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, okay, okay. Tatos with the surprise back-to-back chain now. Ergonomics up high with a lot of clean garbage, though, so that's kind of Ergonomics' prime position to be in, especially with this nice little T-spin single donation.
Yeah, very nicely done here. Tatos getting another back-to-back chain built up. Has so much clean to work with. Reads for the Kaiden, doesn't get it off, but still survives just barely. And looks like Ergo had to break out of that 11 back-to-back they had going. Could not get the kill, even with Tatos up so high. Like, at that point, when you have such a big chain, and it's still not enough, what do you do if you're Ergonomics? Maybe try to speed up. I'm not sure what else they can do.
Yeah, there is really no. I mean, definitely that wasn't it.
Yeah,
that was definitely not it.
Yeah, I tried to find the combo, but yeah, couldn't find anything. Tatos now only 3 wins away from moving to winners finals here. Very dominant showing so far.
Oh, okay, Ergonomics.
Oh,
Getting the latest J piece ever.
I don't know if they were trying to like wait for a second T to do the TSS, but it did not work out for them. And yeah, Tatos just gets another win from Ergonomics' mistakes. Yeah, looks like both of them starting out this game again, once again, a bit slow here. Even though Ergo got the PC, I feel like Tatos just got nothing and didn't send anything back, so I assume just canceled a good amount of it, and now both of them are sitting fine right now.
That's right, Ergonomics showing some speed this round.
Nice spike there. We see you got it.
Going down. That was a really, really strong attack. Unfortunately, Tatos not out of the game. And now Tatos the one this round playing slower.
Yeah, maybe Ergonomics finally took my advice, started to speed up here. Tatos going a little bit slower to counter, and I mean, we'll see if it works right now. Ergo does have that back-to-back chain going right now. Are they gonna set up? I saw that, and I didn't know if they were gonna go for it, and they did go for that nice setup there. Pulls it off, but still, yeah, just took too long. Tatos managed to get out of it, and now has their own back-to-back chain they're building up.
Yeah, here comes the assault from Tatos. Oh, what a bit of a pause in the pressure. Gives Ergonomics a moment they need, but Tatos able to find a really creative down stack attack there to take this to match point.
Yeah, Ergonomics just too much cheese at that point. Could not find the down stack. And yet, Tatos 1 win away from moving on. Ergonomics struggling to get any wins in the book. I am honestly very surprised there. They just played so well, but could not get the kills. And Tatos, on the other end, has that back-to-back going right now. Very strong, going with that speed to try and get this last win here. But Ergonomics, on the other side, had their own chain. But Tatos right now has such a clean well to work with. Has that LST ready here.
Oh, yeah.
Has that back-to-back ready there.
Right there. But not finding the T-spin in time. Not able to get the spike off Ergonomics. Instead is the one to force Tatos to cancel the stack. Now Tatos under some serious pressure.
They do get out of it very nicely, though.
Oh, Ergonomics waiting a little bit for that garbage and then timing things out to send a humongous spike over, just barely surviving by Tatos.
Yeah, that was very good timing there by Tatos to get it out there. Ergonomics, again, up to building that back-to-back. 9-0 right now, so not the cleanest well to send T-spins. Tatos does have a really nice well right now.
Yeah, this is
no mess up the TPs. Oh, that was so clean.
That was like death to now you're back in this slogfest. Dang. You know?
Yeah, I'm very unfortunate, but still they do get out of it, even with such a difficult mix drop. But right now, Ergonomics setting them again to the top there. Tatos has such a clean down stack, though. Ergonomics has a bit of cheese to get to this clean, does make it down, but immediately getting sent another spike, barely canceling the next one here. Oh my goodness, this is just so much pressure by Tatos right now with this back-to-back.
Ergonomics board, look at this!
So clean, and Tatos with those cheesy wells, but still makes it down.
Oh, bro, no way.
This is absurd.
Really just like deflecting off of each other consistently here. This is a very, very well matched specific game right there. And as I'm saying, that Ergonomics goes, give me 3.
Yeah, Tatos does make a mistake there, covers a bit of their board, and finally it's enough for Ergonomics to take their 3rd win. Is it enough of a momentum shifter? I'm not too sure, but I mean, Ergonomics will take the win they need.
So not with what Tatos has in store, not with this double TP is going to give Tatos a good edge in this back-to-back, and now into the 5-4 after the stick spin, something Tatos is very, very well familiar with, so keeping this back-to-back channel light, but Ergonomics defying death. I don't know, man. I don't know how you survived that one. That was a little bonkers.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Tatos still, with this 17 back-to-back, is not stopping. Ergonomics trying to break them out of it somehow.
Nice
does get a nice, multiplier to cancel a little bit. But Tatos still not done. About to reach 24, which is the next level. Gets to it finally.
And then breaks it.
Breaks it immediately. Does not use it. And gets immediately spiked up by Ergo. That was very good survival from all of that attack.
Oh, what Ergonomics is really at the end of a rope here. One good attack time from Tatos could do it, but it's not going to happen as Ergo finally makes it to the big spike, and now Tatos is the one that suffers 10-4.
Okay, Ergo getting 2 in a row here. Previously, they only got 2, so doubled their points here. We'll see if they can keep it going. Yeah, you can definitely see Ergonomics speeding up so much now, going at 4.3. But Tatos with a counter spike, Ergonomics still barely surviving all of that pressure, using that speed that they really need to get down through all of it. Tatos can't get the kill there. Ergonomics, are you kidding me? Again against Tatos? Pulls off the King Crimson for a 2nd time this set and gets the win off it. 3 in a row at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, wow, indeed. What else can you say? Looks like Ergonomics covering their well a bit does make it down just in time. Tatos still has that back-to-back ready here. But Green's too much. Ergonomics takes another one here, 4 in a row at this point. I'm not saying a comeback is possible, but it's definitely higher odds now. Looks like both of them getting the PC, but Tatos still sitting at the bottom of their board. Ergonomics does have that back-to-back, but does break out of it. Has a really clean well right now, though, to keep another back-to-back chain going.
Bro, I can't believe Ergo is really doing it to us right now.
Yeah, we thought it was over, but they're like, no, I am fighting for my life here. I want to play Caboozled and Winners.
I'm fighting for my life here, bro. Yeah. I mean, with gameplay like this, you'd think Ergonomics' life was on the line. Like their actual life.
Yeah. Tatos does have a huge spike ready here. Ergonomics does tank it nicely, though. Yeah, just makes it back down to their bottom of the board.
Just smooth and controlled, you know?
Yeah, looks like Ergonomics did slow down a lot more this game compared to the previous one. Maybe realized that strategy was a little bit too risky, but I mean, Tato's also playing slower here, so... Oh no!
Ergonomics just barely able to get out, but able to survive into a great little spike into another multiplier.
Oh, and such a clean well to work with right there to build that back-to-back once again. Potatoes on the other end also has that clean well to downstack through all of it. Yeah, both of these players just... Neither of them wants to die. They're not going too aggressive.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, Ergonomics. This is dangerous. Ergonomics does not have any way to downstack, and that's gonna do it. Tato's finally gonna clinch this one.
Yeah, just covering that well at the end there. Cannot get to the eyepiece in time, or to the well in time. Yeah, and just when you thought Ergo might bring it back, Tato's finally put a stop to it, realized that it was the moment where they had to stop it before there was a real chance. And yeah, now Tato's moves on to play Boozled in Winners Finals.
Yeah, quite a back and forth. Welcome back, Ben. Tell us some thoughts.
Oh, not the fake comeback. You wanted it, I wanted it, we all wanted it.
Yeah, we were all rooting a little bit in our hearts for Ergo, but unfortunately couldn't get it in time.
The adaptation was there, it was just too late. Like, we saw the speed ups, we saw the playstyle change, but it came just too late, and Tato's just had such an advantage that Ergo could not overcome. This was actually such a guerrilla war, man. It was back and forth. It was in the trenches. They were playing dirty.
Yeah, that was an absolute slog of the game. Okay, this is going to sound really mean, but let me just explain the full thing first, right? You know how you describe what? Well, never mind. I'm gonna think about how to rephrase that. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go there. All I gotta say is that was just a real slog. Both just really going at it, throwing themselves against the wall here. That's all.
Coming into this match, I was expecting a consistency mirror, but they blew it out of the water. They already had pretty similar playstyles, but Tato's is back-to-back heavy, and Ergo is spike heavy. They're both really controlled. They want to set the pace of the game. Sometimes Ergo sometimes plays reactionary, and we saw that for most of this game. And that was actually the problem. This was a case of the win con not existing, because Tato's was setting the pace for most of the game, and we're just sending back-to-backs all the time. We saw, what, a freaking 26 chain? It's crazy.
Yeah, there were a couple big chains in there. I remember like at least a 17 or 18 there. They did get to 24 at one point as well.
Mm-hmm. Tato's just always looked safe, even while playing super aggressive with those change, and the win con for Ergo was not there, the kills were not there. This wasn't, who is it, Akarin or Akma?
I believe it was Akma who they played in the first round.
Akma had those hoes in gameplay with the misdrops, and they were sometimes just really catastrophic. But Tato's just is so consistent, man. He's always so safe, he's always ready to downstack or attack at any time. He also has the change to kill even when the board is not there, and he can put Ergo on the ropes at any time. So while Ergo did have to speed up and try to adapt, they were kind of uncomfortable, it felt like, doing it at first. But near the end, gained some confidence, got some wins. But in the end, I feel like Ergo was always out of their comfort zone, always defensive downstacking in danger.
Yeah.
Lucky Spikes just can't happen that often. The win con wasn't there. Unfortunate for Ergo.
I dare say this is almost what you were talking about the last time we spoke to you about ergonomics. Right?
Yeah, they couldn't get those. They couldn't rely on Tato's making mistakes.
Yeah.
I actually completely predicted this. If you think about it, I did say Ergo relied on the opponent.
That's what I'm saying. Like, comes back around right here.
I am interested to see if Ergonomics is able to do a loser's run and bring it back to try and face Tato's for the rematch, because I mean they had the momentum at the end there and just couldn't push it out.
I really want this to happen, if nothing else, for this. Okay, hold on, Tato's, that spike, just the replay.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Buddy,
but
okay.
Ergo survived it. That was nicely done.
Still nasty. But back to that, I would love to see this rematch immediately tonight. Show me, like, I've unlocked the key. Show me what you actually can do.
Bro, someone clip the King Crimson Hill. I need that in the highlights.
I mean, they did two of them, like, in the set.
The first one didn't do much. The second one was based. Oh, the TSD tower was based.
Yeah. It was like a crazy donation from a Mishrop into a TST tower C-spin.
Yeah, some really good stuff here.
Yeah, ergonomics flexing in some moments during that set.
That's right. And so coming up here in a minute, we'll have winners finals here with Caboozled Pie moving on to play Tatoes. This should be, just a crazy one. Also, I've seen this one before, and I still never, know how it's gonna go. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's one that genuinely in the past has gone a little back and forth.
Yeah, I think Caboozled does have the advantage, but I think Tatoes was playing very consistent throughout, so they have an opportunity.
Right.
But I mean, looking at this losers bracket, we see Akma and Akron had a really close set, had double deuce. It seems like Akma does barely clutch it out. So again, you can watch. I believe Widget and Ergonomics is going to be on Hummingbird Nest if you want to see that set there to see who's going to face Akma in losers semis.
That should be an interesting game to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think right now we're going to go straight into winners here. Tatoes doesn't have too much of a break here before going into another heavy set.
Definitely. That's Ergonomics into Caboozled Pie true combo. That's a tough one, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle, but I mean, maybe it's better. Tatoes has that warm up right now. Maybe it'll be for their advantage. We're gonna see here shortly. Looks like both of them ready at this point. Gonna get this warm up started soon.
Yo, where were you when you found out CZ retired from tournament play? I was right here on stream.
I mean, I don't remember where I was, but yeah. Fortunately, they are not here tonight. Is this bracket single or double This is currently double elimination. Top 16, however, will be single elimination. So.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. I believe in 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So that one's going to be fun. Obviously, we're going to see some very, very strong opponents at that point.
Indeed, and the stakes will be quite high. With a single elimination bracket, that's pretty nerve-wracking. So I think we'll be seeing some players really giving it the absolute best they can for this.
Yeah, and also, if people are not aware, there will be a big prize pool. Everyone in top 16, I believe, will be getting a payout. But if you want to help support these players, you do have a chance to do so. If you do, prize pool in the chat. I believe it is over 2.5K at this point, so a lot of big money here.
Yo. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not too bad. That's a good penny, if I say so myself.
That's right. Surely the eventual winners of this will be, as they say, eating good.
Yeah, maybe they could spend a little bit more on their lunches with that type of money.
That's right. Should be getting into our next game here in just one moment.
Okay, yeah, just one. Looks like we got one donation. Someone bought a TWC T-shirt. Their name is 8502348. So thank you for that. It does go to the prize pool. So if you do want to get a T-shirt for yourself, you can do so. I believe there's also a keychain you can get, and then a mouse pad as well. So if you need any of those three, then feel free to buy one and help support the championship here.
Yeah, I need a new mouse pad. Maybe I'll get one.
Yeah, I have never actually used a mouse pad before. I don't play very many games with mouse.
What?
So
You've never used a mouse pad before? Hold on.
I mean, maybe once in the past, but I don't use one personally. I think
this is shocking to me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think I have whenever I have a table that's glass or something that the mouse doesn't work on, but usually I don't use one. But that's just me.
Yeah, couldn't be me. Nope. I got one of those big ones that it's so big it goes well beyond the other side of my keyboard. It's basically a mat that covers my entire desk.
Fair enough. I do wonder if these players use one or not. But actually, getting back to the matchup here, looks like they are seed 8 and seed 9. So
That's a
obviously,
close one.
yeah, that's you can't get any closer unless like they were tied in points. But
Alrighty, well here we go. Finally into this warm up. Good luck to both players.
yeah, there we go. Getting started here finally. Tato's starting with some misdrops there. Does fix it nicely though. Caboozled also has misdrops of their own.
All right,
And
warm up done.
another 10-second warm up there. Great way to start for both of them.
Caboozled probably on that 10-second warm up speed run tonight.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't want to play the warm up.
That's right. I mean, I don't blame.
Yeah, getting right into the action here.
Okay, and so start things off with players a little bit kind of easy, you know, nothing crazy being sent exchange so far. But Caboozled starting off that Spike Gaming here, and Tato is narrowly surviving. Oh, that misdrop, that's going to be tough to deal with against someone like Caboozled, but Caboozled making a misdrop of his own.
Yeah, Caboozled had that back-to-back going, still couldn't get the kill, even with Tato's misdropping. But again, Tato's with another misdrop, but also Caboozled on the other end with like 2 misdrops of their own, letting Tato's take that first one.
Yeah, Caboozled misdropping not once, but twice over that well in the same column, bit of a toughie.
Oh, and then another misdrop opener there, letting Tato's take 2 fast ones in a row there. Caboozled not starting off strong with these misdrops.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a worrisome start, but nothing that Caboozled can't come back from.
Yeah, this is still the beginning of the set. Looks like he did misdrop that O piece again, but sets it up into a nice fractal to counter spike. But Tato's tanking it and barely surviving what's some
not surviving
damage.
The multiplier though, and Caboozled banging the first.
Finally gets it going there.
Tato's busting out that stick spin. Caboozled with an MKO here. Ooh, Tato's with the big burst first. Caboozled not able to really find anything crazy with the opener. Forced to down stack now.
Yeah, it does get a nice... That was a great down stack. I did not fully visualize that. But it's a misdrop.
That 180 was crazy. It's just a shame that T-piece misdropped.
Yeah, letting Tato's get out of that position they were in. But Caboozled speeding up so much, it feels like, to keep that back-to-back going right now. Now Tato's the one sitting in the defense, just trying to downstack through all of this back-to-back, and it is not stopping right now. Caboozled's still going. Tato's still surviving, though. Gets the T-spin set up there, and Caboozled finally breaks out of back-to-back. That was some great survival by Tato's to actually get out of it. But as I say, that's still not enough. Caboozled again getting into another back-to-back chain to get another win to tie it up.
Ooh, okay. Tato's back at it again with the stick spin, but Caboozled giving the PCs right underneath, and Tato's is going to be able to multiply. But Caboozled's not stopping with these PCs, and then he stops. But
not stopping until they stop.
Not stopping, and then immediately stops. Very, very strong start of the round here for Caboozled.
Yeah, ooh, that's a nice donation and timing to cancel that spike there into that TSP. That was really clean.
Yeah, very good stuff. Creative finds here from Caboozled. Tato's keeping things clean, keeping it light, you know, just keeping it principled. It's a good down stack, although...
Oh, but that misdrop there is not great.
Not right there, not what you want.
But also, Caboozled has misdrops on the other side. Needs to find a down stack. Does get a nice combo to cancel most of it, but does let Tato's get out of it and have their own back-to-back chain to start as well.
That's right. Tato's converts and is looking pretty good. Now in a good position to potentially kill, though Caboozled hits the down stack at light speed. Not today. The opportunity is come and gone for Tatos.
Yeah, looks like Caboozled lives another day there. Tato's not able to pressure enough. They do still have that back-to-back chain going. Not stopping here with it. Does send Caboozled up.
13. Oh, but going for the extra back-to-back could cost a lot this round for Tatos. Now Caboozled taking the lead 3-2.
Yeah, that was a nicely timed counter spike by Caboozled. Caught Tatos off of their feet, caught them slipping, and now Caboozled is leading.
Good stuff so far here. Now Tatos firing off the big spike first. Going to go into this 9-0. Caboozled returning. I'm thinking Caboozled stack just got a little bit dirtier though, and Tatos now has that window if Tatos. Oh no! And the window is gone.
Oh, that would have been such a nice C-spin, but cannot pull it off because of that misdrop.
Fortunately, not a game-ending misdrop as Tatos still more than in this, even with the incoming assaults here from Caboozled. His down stacking is just solid.
Yeah, that was a nice down stack to get out of it. And Caboozled on the other side now dealing with some misdrops there. Cannot get a T-spin setup, has to skim a little bit, finally gets out. Tatos on the other side
climbing up the
back-to-back. Yeah, and Caboozled misdropping there. Does get a little bit of a combo, but not enough.
That's a tie game right there, 3-3.
Keeping it alive, keeping it close.
Stick-spin bag. Oh, I got pranked! It's not a stick-spin, it's a hacky.
And then Caboozled with the misdrop bag there. Tatos gets the back-to-back going here.
Oh,
has to destroy their...
This is costly. Tatos very lucky to escape that for now. The Caboozled now getting to the back-to-back chain. Caboozled likely gonna have to break that back-to-back chain, but still able to squeeze out a 13.
Maybe a little too much there.
Yeah, that last T-spin really cost a lot, just not getting the right pieces after Q.
Yeah, both of them starting with those T-spin back-to-back already ready, but Caboozled again misdropping. I feel like they're definitely been misdropping a lot more this set than previous ones. And Tatos is taking that to their advantage, now already getting a 7 back-to-back here.
That's right, Caboozled had some nice T-spin finds to start that round off and continues to make some of these good donations, setting up beautiful spike here. Tatos canceling on most of this, but still taking some cheese. And now Caboozled having a great window of opportunity here to put some pressure on Tatos. Narrowly surviving. What a down stack! Narrowly surviving into serious attack.
Yeah, and Caboozled has another misdrop of their own, letting Tatos just live a little bit longer and survive. And Tatos is just getting these wins so cleanly right now. Caboozled is struggling here with these misdrops.
That's right. At the very top, Caboozled just not able to take enough to continue surviving there. Tatos bagging round 5 for him, and that is a great thing for Tatos to be up. Is looking to potentially take another one here, but the spike is not enough, and Caboozled able to return it. And now Tatos with the misdrop, now the one in serious trouble with no eyepiece and Q, but finally making it to it through the bag. Very close timing.
Yeah, that was a nice combo to be able to time to those eyepieces. And another nice combo.
But he can't keep doing this forever. Yes, he can. I'm wrong.
maybe he can. Keeps it going here. Caboozled is trying to keep that back-to-back, does break it. Wait, never mind. Okay, that was absurd. Just proving me wrong, apparently, but yeah, breaks out of it shortly after. That was a ridiculous back-to-back save. But Tatos is surviving here with their own chain at this point. Caboozled is the one at the bottom, though, trying to set up that TST, but does misdrop once again.
Yeah, that is going to let Tatos get back into this one in pretty solid board position. Looking to send some serious damage here. Caboozled waiting, tanking. Really good decision there, not taking any garbage. Now Tatos, though, in the meantime, set up really good spike. Caboozled has a lot of clean garbage now to cancel with. And,
oh my god, Tatos, that was such a nice down stack with the back-to-back. Tatos is playing so well right now. I really thought Caboozled would be leading this set, but Tatos is just popping off at the moment.
That's right. This time in the back and forth, it's Tato's game to play, it looks like. But we're only halfway through things. Caboozled still has plenty of room and certainly the ability to score some early ones.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see they're just playing so confident right now. Even though they're not playing that fast or that aggressive, I think they're just managing to get the back-to-back chains at the right moments, and Caboozled making mistakes. And right as I say that, they do make another miss shot, do fix it nicely, but not in a position to get a kill. But as I say that, Tatos has a miss shot of their own here, getting spiked up.
Pick up a lot of speed here, really keeping the back-to-back chain alive some creative ways, especially canceling that SCSD earlier. Taking a 4th round finally, says no more.
Yeah, finally gets another win in the books. Definitely very much needed. If Tato's got another one there, it would have been very hard to come back with a, I believe, 4-point lead.
7, yeah.
But Caboozled does get it going here.
Oh, and Tato's with this fractal.
Yeah, nice little mini combo there. Doesn't get the multiplier. And Caboozled does manage to downstack out of it, but they don't have back-to-back of their own prepared to actually send.
Caboozled taking a big risk there, but it pays off in the game still. No. Okay, bro, okay.
Okay, I see you.
Okay, into okay, bro.
Never mind. Spoke too soon here. Tatos does have that back-to-back ready, but Caboozled...
spikes.
Yeah, Caboozled making it down nicely.
And here is serious damage coming in from Caboozled. He means business, really trying to end this one. Potatoes refuses to die.
Oh, such a nice...
Caboozled with the... Oh, I know what he's going for, but just not able to do it. Oh.
That was such a nice combo multiplier by Tatos, and Caboozled just misshopping at the worst times.
Seriously. Alright, well, Caboozled dealing with the garbage fairly easily as it comes in initially in a pretty easy to manage spot.
Yeah, both of them in a fine position so far. Caboozled does have that back-to-back going here. Tatos potentially trying to look for a spike here. Cannot get one off with Caboozled getting that back-to-back.
Caboozled Pie, super strong, greatly timed, did a lot of damage, probably sealed the round, you know?
Yeah, and Tatos had a misshot on their own end there and could not get out of it. Caboozled slowly bringing it back. Tatos was leading strong, but Caboozled, I think, starting to handle these misshots a little bit better at the moment.
Indeed, but a nice downstack from Tatos to stay in the game here from huge attacks from Caboozled, who's keeping this back-to-back at 10, 11, was looking for 12, but decided to get a downstack instead. Oh, Caboozled super creative on these finds right now. All Tatos can do to stay in this game.
Oh, that was a nice 180 by Caboozled to keep the back-to-back. Does have to break out of it right after, but they seem to be in a fine position so far. Tatos does get a nice spike out of nowhere there. Does send Caboozled up a lot here, but does not have any follow-up to get a kill.
Oh, Tatos. Nice attack. Not enough. It was only with a little bit of cheese before he gets this clean garbage. Nice little shadow blade.
Yeah, not something you see often. Caboozled's sitting at the top right now, being a little bit greedy, but managed to pull it off. Tatos on the other end does have that back-to-back still going here.
That's right, Tatos now about to hit the 10 threshold, which means his back-to-back chain is about to get dangerous.
Caboozled with a nice counter. Sends a lot of cheese to Tatos. They're forced to downstack.
My Doggington. Tatos staying in the game after that immense counter assault from Caboozled Pie. Could write a book about this one, huh?
I mean, I don't know how long that book would be, but you definitely could. Kabuza right now with that back-to-back still going, does break out of it to get a little bit of a combo, but Tato's ready with a counter spike into a nice other spike, but Kabuza has so much clean, they were able to down stack.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Inching closer again to tying it back up.
After a very long and hard-fought round, indeed, Kaboozled almost back to tying this up.
Yeah, making sure they're not giving up here. Tato's did have that momentum at the start, but Kaboozled fighting strong here. And right now they have that LST, yeah. Never mind, they do not. We should not have spoke up.
Okay,
Also,
converting
okay,
into that C-spin.
Yeah, that was a nice TST chain, but Tato's on the other side has so much clean to work with. Keeping that back-to-back strong.
Indeed, just the classic 5-4, mixing in the T-spins and Tetrises when you can last for a while, but Kaboozled evening things out again.
Finally ties it back up.
Now Kaboozled starting off with the PCs, misdropping, not going to get the second one, potentially going to kill him immediately, that's going to kill immediately, and you just tied too, you know.
Yeah, just when you brought it back, again, Tato's taking a quick one.
Bro fought so hard just for that, you know?
Yeah, just when you think that it's finally even, just Kaboozled with those misdrops. Another one to start there, not as deadly as the previous ones, but they do make it down very nicely to the bottom and start to build their back-to-back chain very quickly.
Nice high-speed fix from Kaboozled here, able to secure that. Retying up the game here.
Yeah, it's inching closer to this match point. Potentially a deuce here. Both of these players are fighting strong. Kaboozled does get the PC.
Almost
doesn't get the next one. You know.
Nice SDSD from Kaboozled high though instead. Good consolation there. Tato's clean board, ready to receive whatever Kaboozled's about to throw out, which I feel like the combo was, you know, a little jank. I feel like we could have had a little bit more, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. And now Kaboozled's board. Ooh, that's looking good.
Yeah, looking spicy right now. Oh, cannot keep it going there. Both of them forced to break out of that back-to-back. But Tato's is getting sent up at this point.
Yeah, Kaboozled's just able to really keep it clean here this round. These back-to-back finds. And then just really staying on top of his own board this time around.
Yeah, you can see that Kaboozled has a very nice speed advantage at this point. Definitely pushing it right now. Tato's does seem to be surviving all of it fine so far, but now Kaboozled has that back-to-back going.
The high-speed fractal and back-to-back chain. What a lethal attack right there. Has he only increased in speed throughout that?
Yeah, I think that's like, what, like at least like a 17 spike there. Hard to survive that when you're already at the top. Tato's getting the PC to start here.
Garbage here. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Almost blowing that one completely up, but finding a way to survive.
Yeah, I thought Kaboozled was dead for sure. Tato's had so much clean, but yeah, Kaboozled gets out of it nicely. And Tato's does not have the back-to-back to get the kill, but does start to build another chain right away.
Ooh, Kaboozled making some risky decisions here. He's accepting a lot of clean. Trying to send big spike here. Not really able to get anything out, still just digging down to it. Players, you know, sending anything too crazy just yet. Have to build up some more clean on the board before we get any huge spikes again. And that's the clean. Oh, the Kaboozled, no. Oh, dire straights.
No. Not great. Oh, that's a very nice fix. Yeah. Tato's did build back-to-back in the meantime, but no, tries to greed for the overhang, and it's too much. Now Kaboozled at match point, even though they were behind for most of the set.
Yeah,
do catch up.
After being very close and slightly behind, Kaboozled threatens to yoink it out at the very end.
Looks like Tato not giving up, though. Does start to get that back-to-back going with the 9-0.
Oh, and here
cannot keep it going, though.
Great moment for Tatos to get a bit of an edge as Tato starts to pump out this back-to-back there, but Kaboozled made the down stack that he had to. Tato live just fine, and there's a 3-wide floating. Now Kaboozled with the huge down stack.
Oh my goodness!
Seriously threaten Tatos. That's so much cheese. That's the fun thing about those 3-wide floats. You start spamming them one over another, like, when you clear them, you're just left with just a 3-wide. Like, there's still more of an attack to go. Like, it's crazy. crazy strong sometimes to do things right.
Yeah, but I mean, Tato's
Oh,
had such a
Caboozled!
nice down step
Oh,
through that, and
Caboozled.
now, yeah, Caboozled misdropping at the top there. Another
Making about
misdrop
6
there,
misdrops in a row.
letting Tato's bring it back one closer away from bringing it to deuce.
That's right, Caboozled having to win this here now if he wants to make things easy. Tato's having to win things now if he wants a chance. Oh, and Tato's will get that chance with a start like that.
Yeah, Caboozled is cheesed up right now, but immediately into that clean there, sending Tato's up to the top.
He's on Tato's board too. Handles it like a pro.
No, that's what he is.
Oh, Caboozled again looking for this crazy multiplier, but doesn't really find them. Instead, running back to this insane speed of pressure.
Looks like Tato does get out of it. Caboozled.
From Caboozled, he's making such great fixes at high speeds, though. Like, wow.
Yeah, it's very nicely done, but it does let Tato's get out of those tough positions that he's in. But then Tato's with the misdrop here, trying to find the down stack, very much needs it at this point. Caboozled doesn't have too much of an attack ready at this point, and Tato's gets out. Caboozled getting sent!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay.
But it's still not enough. Tato's brings it to deuce.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Tato's fighting. They had that lead and they want to keep it going. They want to be in grand finals on winner's side here.
That's right. Now both players here really fighting for this. Gonna have to win by 2 going forward. No longer do we end the game in 11.
Yeah, and Caboozled starting this off with a nice back-to-back chain. Does break out of it to try and get a combo, but Tato's managed to cancel all of it so nicely.
Oh, the mid-game all clear. It's
what?
over. It's definitely over, yeah.
No! I don't think anyone was ready for that PC, even Tato's. And yeah, Caboozled takes it with that.
Absolutely not. Caboozled is one of those people that, like, you just do not want to get a mid-game all clear, like, it's donezo.
But speaking of the PCs, Tato's gets it. Not enough to kill, though.
It was sneaky, although Caboozled making a nice little donation. Hunting for this 3-wide float, really having to cycle through to get these pieces that he needs. But he was able to keep up his pressure after actually getting through all these things. He's still on this back-to-back chain.
But Caboozled's sitting with so much cheese now into that J misdrop there. Trying to combo out of here. Tato's has a clean board to spike here. Sends so much and again brings it to deuce. Now it's first to 13 here.
Yeah, make your predictions now. How many deuce rounds?
Yeah, I mean, both of them are keeping it close. They do not want to lose here. Tato's
from Caboozled.
Yeah, Tato's on the other side with some nice back-to-back chain keeping. Does break out of it though. Caboozled with a really nice board right now. Has to break out of it, but oh my goodness, this wow! No, Tato's can't get the Z piece in time.
Quickly, which is really what Caboozled wants, and you know what? I guess that whoever won would want. Gonna bag another one, and back to threatening to move on here. Caboozled Pie does.
Looks like Caboozled's really nice board here right now.
Oh.
Gets the 2 T-spins off. Tato's does have another nice well of their own here to counter spike.
But
does have some back-to-back ready as well.
Caboozled forced to break the back-to-back, but still not after sending, you know, a gigantic attack.
Ooh, Tato's greeting with that overhang, but does pull it off in time.
Yeah, this is really it for Tato's here. It's all or nothing, you know. I mean, they're still in if they lose, but, like, you know, this is the set.
Yeah, they want this one so badly. They're going faster than Caboozled at this point. Like, has that 9-0 well ready, doesn't go for the back-to-back, instead chooses to try and combo, doesn't get much at all. But Caboozled on the other end, dealing with some misdrops here, cannot get a back-to-back chain of their own. Just a little bit of a sloppy round here by both of them. Caboozled misdropping that. Oh, I thought they were about to go for the TST right after, chooses not to.
Ooh, okay, another high-speed down stack from Caboozle to keep things relatively even here, but now Tato's it's a bunch of clean garbage. Good for Caboozle as he finally gets to the end of that garbage right as Tato begins to actually attack. Otherwise, things could be pretty tough. Now Caboozle actually getting a back-to-back chain going here.
Tato's sitting at the top here, trying to get the down stack. Does get to the eyepiece, but still, Caboozle's sending so much right now. Tato's barely surviving this onslaught here. Does make it down to the clean. Caboozle on the other side does get a nice multiplier. Tato's forced to break out of that T-spin. Misdrops the eyepiece, and that's
gonna do it. Caboozled Pie taking this one after a long set here. 13 points. Congratulations to Caboozled Pie.
Yeah, and with that, Caboozled is now confirmed top 16, making it to grand finals. Very nice performance by there. Amazing comeback. What a set.
Very well played. Both players extremely hard fought battle here, but ultimately Caboozled today comes out on top, moves on. Not the end of the game for Tato's. We'll be seeing Tato's in a little bit, of course. Maybe. I mean, wherever
We'll see.
the lower brackets being streamed, I suppose you'll see him next.
I got a fun fact for you. Actually, I got a couple of fun facts for you.
Let's hear
Well,
it.
let's hear him. Yeah.
First off, the entire chat is my pasta.
Why
I
not?
freaking love it. I wrote the onto the next deuce pasta, and I'm so proud to see it.
I see.
Ah,
Okay, that was such a
tired.
big round. Oh my goodness, I had so much fun watching that. That was great.
that was a very fun game to watch, yeah.
Tato's did so well to start that lead. Okay, this is gonna be a really long replay segment. It's gonna take a while because it was a long set. Oh, I remember my second fun fact for you. You know that post-match screen? You know,
Yeah.
it shows all the stats from every single round. If the match goes on for too long, it starts scrolling back and forth.
Yeah, we have not seen that at this point, but I mean, there's been a lot of close sets, even the first 2 days, so it's very possible we see some longer ones eventually.
Osk has already considered the fact that there could be a really long deuce. We haven't seen it, but I would love to see that. It would be such a banger. I did not expect this deuce, I'm gonna be honest. Like, coming in, I just thought Cab would go boom. I thought Tato's would be blasted out of the water.
Yeah,
thought it
I
would be
agreed.
Bro, am I the only one that, like, maybe I just had the wrong impression and I was lucky, but, like, I've always felt lately that these two have been super even in games.
It's been a while since that was the case.
Okay, I'm out of date, but I was lucky and
Uh-huh.
right. Cool.
You were right this time, but it hasn't been the case for a while. Like, while Tato's is really consistent, Cap has stronger win conditions in general.
That's true.
Cap has the mid-game spikes. Tato's just has really long back-to-back chains. You don't really get those 29 random spikes. That's like 20 lines of garbage, and half of this is cheese. Like, that's a Cap special for you. And that's just one of the extra win conditions Cap has. That's not DPC, that's not just faster burst, etc, etc. Overall, I just thought Cap would blow Tato out of the water. But Tato said no! Tato was just like, nah, Cap, you gotta work for this one. And work he had to, because holy moly, that was so close! What the freaking deuce, for heaven's sake? Got to use my pasta. We saw Tato's out-consisting freaking Kabuza Pie. Kabuza doesn't misdrop that much, but it felt like he was misdropping a lot because Tato's wasn't.
Yeah, I noticed a lot, especially at the start there when Tato's was getting that lead. Just Caboozle dealing with a lot of misdrops into quick losses.
Tato's just doesn't misdrop to the point where you think Cab is misdropping a lot. This set Cab definitely misdropped more than usual, but Tato's just had an incredible showing throughout the set. At the beginning, his confidence was crazy. He was just building off the back-to-backs, just so many chains, playing very safe yet dangerous at the same time to control the pace and put Cab on the ropes. That's another thing I do want to talk about, because they were both fighting over the pace, which is the first time we've seen this tonight. You haven't seen this from other sets, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, it was very back and forth who was the one trying to pressure.
For Ergo, you just always expect their opponent to be the one controlling the pace. This game, oh, they were fighting over it, which made it so intense. At the top level, you need the confidence to fight over the pace. You want to think that you are better than your opponent. And that's unfortunately what happened with Cat starting in the middle. After Tato started getting away with that lead, maybe the nerves started coming up, maybe he didn't... He thought, oh, the end is near, and then he started losing focus. Cap just started getting more confident and comfortable, it felt like. And then he started getting more chains off, more spikes off. Tato slowed down a little, and Tato started playing way safer than he was at the beginning as well. I know Quick and Smart definitely noticed at the end, Tatos was down stacking a heck ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down at that point, you do not want to lose, so you just want to focus on surviving and hope your opponent makes a mistake.
Unfortunately, surviving is not winning. You need the confidence to kill, you need to play for the win, and infinite down stacking is not a way to play for the win. Great play from Tatos at the beginning, but at the end it devolved into infinite down stack, and I think that's really what allowed Cap to push it over the edge and get the win.
Yeah, I think if they stuck with like their play style for majority of the set, they had the chance to tie again back up and actually take the win.
Absolutely, we saw the upset potential. Definitely Cap had the advantage and Tatos was the underdog, but it didn't seem like that for a good while. He was doing so well. Probably the best I've seen Tatos play in a while, honestly.
For sure.
Yeah, it was very strong performance, but I mean, they want that run back again, so they're gonna try and win losers here to get that opportunity.
Well, if he comes back, I hope the rematch is as close as this match. This was a certified banger. I want another deuce. Use my pasta more. Both of them. More deuces. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the hope. We love deuces here. Like, I was talking about this yesterday. I don't remember the last time I remember seeing a deuce in, like, top 8 of some of the TWC majors, but we've already gotten, like 4 or more at this point, and it's only been, like, 4 groups at this point, and they're still not done. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least one more in any other upcoming grand finals or losers finals here.
Yeah, but for now, we're looking at Akma versus Ergonomics. If you guys were not paying attention to Hummingbird Nest, they were putting a slog of a fight there. Ergonomics won 11-9 against Wujik, and Akma won 14-12 against Akarin, getting another deuce set there. So both of them fought very strong for their wins, and now they're fighting to face Tatos. So going to be a good matchup here.
Indeed, only a little bit left here, only a few more games to go through, 3 remaining. Stick to it, and just stick around, don't want to miss it. Things are just about to get real good.
But yeah, if people weren't here earlier, this is actually a rematch from Winners Round 1, where Ergonomics won 11-8. So I think Akma really is coming here to try and get their revenge.
Yeah, I'm happy this happened. I'm excited to see who's going to take home the real one. I guess this is the match that really matters for them.
Yeah, I always love to see runbacks, because I know there's been times in previous tournaments where a person who's lost in winners does manage to clutch it out in losers against the same person. So we'll see if Akma's up for the challenge.
That's right. We'll be getting a warm up here momentarily.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like both players here want that warm-up. I would definitely want it if they're rematching again. They want to get accustomed to each other's playstyle once again. Ergonomics, of course, playing slower, more methodical, and that's what gets them the wins. We'll see if Akma is able to adapt this time to clutch it out.
Indeed, I believe we started to see a little bit at the end of the last set, but cut off before we could really see the full adaptation, or if they had actually able to get something going. So we shall see if that carries over this time around. You know, maybe they did a little labbing in the meantime.
I mean, yeah, they were playing really well in their previous losers matchups, so they have the chance here if they're feeling good. And starting with this warm-up, they already have that back-to-back going here. Has the 9-0 well to keep it going. Ergonomics trying to get some of their own. Does keep it up as well, but Akma's not stopping here. Has such a nice well with the 23 spike. Still keeping it going. Still keeping that back-to-back with that well transition. From 9-0 to 0-9, not stopping. Ergonomics seems to be doing just fine on the other end, though.
Meanwhile,
canceling it all.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back 20.
Yeah.
Ooh, how far do you think Akma will push this back here?
They do get to the next level here. They do have a bit of a difficult position. Finally breaks out of it, but Ergonomics does not make it out in time.
Indeed,
and Akma gets it.
Yeah, really good time to send that. You know, it just ends the warm up. All of it.
Yeah, that was. I mean, if that's going to be their showing for the rest of the set here, then it's going to be very strong possibility that they can take it.
All right, now into the game.
Both of them starting with that LST here.
Starting off with a classic.
If it worked, it worked. Looks like Ergonomics did cancel out of it, but Akma is still going here. Going super fast at this point. Clearly the back-to-back worked in the warm-up, so they're trying again here. Decides to tank here, still keeping it going. Are they? They're still trying. Okay, eventually forced to break out of it, but they did do a nice job pressuring Ergonomics in the meantime.
Ooh, Ergonomics looking good. Taking the first one here after pretty well fought first round.
Yeah, that was nice pressure by Akma. Still not enough though. Ergonomics with that nice back-to-back.
That's right. And also as a side note, welcome everyone in from Dormy stream. You're joining us. We're in losers finals, correct?
Losers semis.
Semis.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm skipping over warping through time and numbers and space today, but welcome in everyone. This crazy.
So that's okay. Yeah, with these sets, that's bound to happen.
Absolutely. Okay, some great back-to-back again from Akma here. Keep that chain alive.
Yeah,
Ergonomics, just ammunition, you know? It's just ammo for Ergo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Akma, even though they have that back-to-back, they're still being sent to the top here. Ergonomics timing nicely, gets that nice counter spike here, sends Akma some clean and some cheese as well, and now Ergonomics trying to pressure with their own back-to-back chain.
Indeed. Akma pausing for a moment to find that right down stack. Pays off pretty nicely as they've been able to keep their board really clean, and potentially things could be a good way to shift momentum here if they can pull off a big enough spike with the stack back-to-back chain.
Yeah, look like both of them trying to build it up here. Akma sitting too high up at this point. Can't keep it going. Yeah.
We're going to take an easy second game here. Well, that was not easy, but we're going to take a second game.
Yeah, gets it done here. That's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like both of them going for that LST again. Akma can't keep it up. Ergonomics still does break their board a little bit, and
a big combo down stack.
not a 4-wide, but yeah, enough to kill with that combo.
The big combo down stack, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little strong start from Ergo here. But Akma tanking that with this huge upstack, bursting it all back all at once. That's how you got to do it here, I guess. Taking one now.
Yeah, I feel like Atma is just consistently focusing on getting back-to-back to try and get the wins. And, I mean, it hasn't worked it worked in the warm-up so far, not as successful in the game.
Okay,
But
bro, okay. You can't do that.
they just did.
You can't do that, bro.
They just did.
They
I mean,
greed!
they're not stopping finally breaks out of it, but, I mean, they're now cheesed up a lot here.
Ooh, wow, okay. Akma really getting out of that. What a very strong start, just very bold.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy. We'll see if it works out.
Ooh, Akma barely able to get that T-spin Tetris, but it
Oh my, still going for it!
No way, this down stack from Akma actually really good. Not enough, but that was an amazing sequence.
Yeah, they were so close to surviving there, but Ergo just pushed a little bit more and got that win there.
Yeah, Ergonomics starting to take this one a little bit more decisively. Still like plenty of rounds to go as we were in first 11, but Ergonomics is looking a little tougher on Akma so far.
Yeah, I feel like they are playing a bit more aggressive at this point.
I mean, while Akma had the opportunity to, think about perhaps a new approach to fighting, Ergo, so did Ergonomics,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's working right now. They are pressuring Akma to the top. Akma is still greeting for that back-to-back, trying to get the kill.
Oh, but I'm here
Ergonomics... Yeah, still...
Dog, okay, dog, that was way too much.
Are you kidding me? And they do. That was crazy.
Oh, man. Yeah, very risky play from Akma, but it really, really rewarded him heavily there with another round. Now it's 2-4.
Doesn't find the PC there, but does keep that back-to-back going here. Ooh, gets to the well very nicely. Right. Decides to go for the TSS donation. That was solid. I would not think to do that.
Very nice stuff, but Ergonomics firing back with a super quick attack when Aqua just wasn't ready to receive that very well. Because Ergo had been maintaining and able to cancel up until then. 5-2. Again with some LST. So slightly different path for each, and Ergonomics moving definitely a lot faster, though making a pretty bad misdrop here.
Yeah, struggling to downstack through it. In the meantime,
for that T-spin.
But maybe a little too greedy.
Yeah, way
kind
too
of destroys their board, but does get a nice downstack to barely survive. Ergonomics keeping that back-to-back, even with those misdrops on their board. I have no idea how they kept it so long. Do finally break out of it. Oh, and that team misdrop there, costly, and Akma takes another.
Nice third round here. Alright, again, bit of an attempt on that floating T-spin spam from Ergonomics. Not quite able to find all of it, but able to find it instead of massive downstack and multiplier at the very start of the game here, taking things to 6-3.
We love that 6-3. But if you're Akma, you're not so happy here. You want to keep it close. Starting to try to get PC wins here. They were not opener looping at the start, but I mean, they're winning with it, so maybe they should push for it more.
I mean, hey, it worked. Take it out by surprise. Change the game up a little bit,
Yeah, when you're playing with one playstyle, a shift like that can be very unexpected if you're Ergonomics.
That's right, although it doesn't look like Aqua will be following that up this round. Still, though, Aqua looking very powerful right now. This down stack, this attacks, the C-spin.
Oh,
the
so strong. But Ergonomics had a C-spin.
Still alive. Not anymore, though.
They had a C-spin of their own to try and cancel, but Aqua immediately sent more pressure after. And now one away from tying it back up.
Ooh. Yeah, how Aqua's been able to really convert this back here. Now, both players waiting for PC, but Aqua finding the second, finding the third PC.
Do they get the next
spin.
one? They
do, and Ergonomics going down.
But tying it back up here, Akma making sure it is not over here, folks.
Indeed, a bit of a shakeup in the game plan, doing Aqua quite well. See if they're able to continue that. No PC start this round. You know,
I think it's
opener kills out of the question, but still looking to try and send a big, powerful garbage spike here as they build up.
Ooh, gets sent so much by Ergonomics, but they do manage to cancel enough to make it down. Ergonomics trying to get that back-to-back chain going here is speeding up right now. Maybe realize they're not as ahead as they thought, so they need to fight more
really
for
bad
it.
This drop for Ergo's real tough. They still got to clear through it at the very top, barely do in time, but the result is a nice little down stack combo, sending a good amount of pressure over to Akma.
Yeah, definitely. But now they have more misshops on top of it. Forced to try and downstack some more. Do get through the well. But Akma's not done sending. Still getting more spike ready here with that 8 back-to-back. Ergonomics again trying to speed up here. Does make it down to the clean. Gonna try to send some more here, but not ready for that spike by Akma. And finally, Akma taking the lead here after being down for so long.
Alright, Aqua starting things off. PC gonna find the second one.
Gets the 2-line 2 right after. I think this is a really good strategy by Akma to
Mix
go from...
things up.
Yeah, they're not choosing to PC every game, so Ergonomics has to be on their toes for whatever opener is next. And yeah, right now we can see Akma with that back-to-back going right now. Ergonomics seems to be fine right there. Does find a nice combo to downstack through all of it here. Does make it down to the clean well. And looks like they might try to go for some back-to-back of their own as Akma fails to keep theirs going.
Oh, okay, Ergonomics at the bottom, but able to crank out enough pressure to keep Akma in trouble. Ergonomics striking back now, 8-7.
Yeah, finally gets another win in the books here. Stopping that momentum from Akma at this point, but Akma still with the lead here and has a nice well to start here. Ergonomics trying to find a way to stack their board nicely, but struggling to do so and getting spiked up by Akma in the meantime. Does find a down stack, but Akma right now is building up that back-to-back pressure here. Oh, does break out of it. Looks like they might have messed up their board a little bit and had to, but immediately propping up another one, and Ergonomics not in a position to get one going themselves. Oh, that was a crazy multiplier spike by Ergonomics. Sends Akma so much cheese into the top, but Akma's still downstacking through all of it very nicely, yet still not enough. Ergonomics following that 25 spike with another 21, tying it up.
Wow, just wow.
Ergonomics sitting at the top of their board right now, barely downstacking here. Akma getting ready to send another spike right after, but Ergonomics does a nice job canceling all of it with the clean well that he has.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
look, yeah, they're just greeting for that back-to-back, even with the cheese on their board here.
Do you think it'll pay off?
I mean, it's a bit risky.
It's working right now.
Is it? Because Ergonomics is the one with a nice board here. It is not.
It is no longer working.
It only works if you live.
Alright, and Akma with an early pressure burst on Ergo, but as we know, Ergonomics can certainly handle that kind of thing here. But going for this back-to-back, crazy.
Oh no, Akma misheld and couldn't get the piece, and now Ergonomics is at match point.
Painful, extremely painful.
Yeah, that is just a really difficult hold. Ergonomics 1 away from moving on to losers finals. Akma again going for that back-to-back here. Does break out of it to get a little bit of a combo, but Ergonomics on the other side has their own. Never mind, does not have their own back-to-back chain. Also breaks out of it. They do have some very nice clean to get a nice combo there.
Oh, yeah. This is good stuff. So, Aqua's board cleaned up really nicely here. Ready to go into this 6-3 and this back-to-back chain. This is something we know that Aqua is capable
such a
of putting
nice
serious
spike.
pressure with. And keeping that pressure up here it is enough.
Yeah, Ergonomics had a nice down stack to push it a little further, but Akma was ready with additional attacks. One away again from another deuce. This is like, if it happens, this is going to be like the third or fourth one this stream. Akma with that spike to start off here. Ergonomics does have some clean to work with, though.
Oh, okay. There's a big board here for Akma. Could be pretty dangerous for Ergo, but now Ergonomics has a spike of their own lined up.
Yeah, Akma dealing with so much speed at this point. Yet does not get it in time, and Ergonomics manages to clutch it out. Does not go to deuce. And they take that win, moving on to winners finals against Tatos.
That's right, in a seriously close second rematch.
Yeah, Atma, it was 8-11 the first set, and now it's 11-9. Atma, again, just barely not able to clutch it out, but what a great performance by them.
Very well done from both. Ergo now moving on to losers finals.
Yeah, to face Tato, it's going to be another rematch there from winners as well, so it's going to be a good one.
Indeed, gotta be tough here for Akma. Not one but two, the same person.
It's interesting to think about how similar this match was to Tatos versus Ergo. I know it felt really different, but I think the underlying win cons were the same because Akma was the one using back-to-back chains to keep the pressure on, while Ergonomics was playing passive as usual and counter-spiking, if you think about it.
I think Akma was a bit more aggressive compared to Tatos, but yeah, I can definitely see that comparison. Ergonomics definitely taking it a bit more slowly.
Akma has a little bit more spike potential than Tatos, but is also significantly less consistent, which is why Akma was not able to always have the pace set. And also because of that inconsistency, Ergo also just kept finding spikes, and Akma wasn't always prepared for them. And just in the end, although Akma had a pretty nice lead in the middle, I think, Ergo just closed it out from better consistency, really. I do think Ergo was the perfect counter for Akma, so props to Akma for getting this far. Like, if you're inconsistent, and your win con is to just have lucky bursts, and very big setups to find a spike, someone like Ergonomics is terrifying to play against because they seem prepared for everything.
Yeah, it was definitely a struggle, but I mean they had so many back-to-back chains throughout that set, and it worked out a lot of the time for them.
I'd love to see that. That was good stuff from Akma, really. That showed a lot of confidence. The dangerous plays, those are good. Those get you the win. You're playing for the win. You aren't playing to survive. You aren't playing into, like, you know, down stacking lets you survive, but killing your opponent gets you the win.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward.
And this is a high-risk, high-reward tournament. It's the biggest tournament, so you want to play for the win. You want to play for a bit of that cash money.
Play for
and
that
Akma was doing just that. Hell yeah. Get those dub skis.
Dubbington City.
Unfortunately, though, I feel like Akma just wasn't consistent enough to always capitalize on Ergo's mistakes. Sometimes Akma was able to just spike Ergonomics out of existence and just back-to-back chain hard pressure without any mistakes on Ergonomics' part. But when Ergonomics did make a mistake, Akma couldn't always capitalize. And the reverse was true. Every time Akma made a mistake, I feel like Ergonomics had a 20 spike ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially at the end there, Ergonomics had like a 20 5 into like 21 spike or something.
Yeah.
Ergonomics was just always ready.
Always, I think, honestly, to your point about Aqua really going hard on this back-to-back, I think with a player like Ergonomics, it really served to just give Ergo a huge boost and actually give Ergo all that down stack he needed.
If you send clean, you can't get cheese, which is why back-to-backing is a pretty popular strategy. It pressures your opponent, and it ensures you might not have to downstack. It's hard to get sent cheese when you're always sending clean.
Yeah.
I think that benefits Akuma a lot as well. There was not much downstacking to be done. That was very difficult. Those confident back-to-back chains, though, those are great. I love that playstyle from Akuma. It was great energy, just playing for the win, playing to kill Ergo. I think in the end, though, Ergo was the better player, deserves to move on here. Just so consistent all the time. I don't get how they do it. Just one of the most control players ever, really. Reminds me of Yui Meadow. I think that was one of the theories.
Yeah, a lot of people when they first coming up believed it was a Yui Metal because of their play style. Also, just because Yui Metal was a fast player, like in terms of sprint. So it's still not confirmed. I don't believe it's them, but I mean, who knows?
I really think it could be. I'm not going to confirm it here because no one knows. But it feels like Yui Meadow if Yui Meadow played in 2023. That would be a great storyline.
That would be something quite fascinating.
Yeah, the world may never know, unfortunately, but I mean, still, amazing performance for them, and they're not done yet. They're going to be coming to rematch Tato's here once again.
That's what I was going to say. The world may never know that, but the world will know pretty soon how they do against Tato's. Whoever they are.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, Ergonomics were struggling for a while against that Tato's matchup. They were down, I believe, 10-2, and then went on a 4 winning streak before ultimately losing. So I think they finally were able to figure out, finally able to figure out how to beat Tato's at the end there, and we'll see if it's finally enough to actually get the win for this set.
Indeed, here should be a real good one, just waiting for both of our players. They are ready. I'm thinking this will be quite a challenge for Ergonomics. I'm thinking Tato's, given Tato's performance, privacy of what we've seen Tato's do in the past, I'm thinking we'll probably have a pretty big advantage coming into this one. But we've been wrong before, and Ergo's playstyle is quite interesting, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, they did struggle at the beginning. I think they have an opportunity. They had a great losers run so far, so it's definitely possible.
That's right. I'm excited to see who comes out on top. Just a moment here.
Yeah, again, both pretty similar playstyles here. I think Tato's just has a little bit more speedy, so I think we'll see them try and use that to get their wins.
Alrighty, well, about to jump right into this one in just a moment. Only a few more games remaining here tonight. The TETR World Championship.
Yeah, let's get this one started. Ergonomics misdropping at the start there, but also Tato's misdropping at the start there. Both of them struggling a little bit at this warm-up. Looks like this is not going to be a 10-second warm-up like previously, but...
No Caboozled Pie, no 10-second warm-up. That is the rules.
Yeah. Looks like they're starting to finally get back in action here. Ergonomics has that back-to-back ready to build up. Interesting way to keep it going there. It worked out, but Tato's on the other end does have clean to work with as well here. Does get a nice combo there to send Ergonomics a tiny bit of cheese, but they still seem to be doing just fine.
Yeah, and Ergonomics able to find some more back-to-back, squeeze this out yet more and more. Although, I think, like I said, this is going to be a difficult game because you've got someone who, can match you in speed, can match you in power.
Yeah, definitely right now. Tato's
Ooh.
dealing with so much cheese there, but they downstack through it nicely. Ergonomics, on the other hand, trying to keep back-to-back here, but had a little bit of a difficult board. Couldn't keep it going here. And now they're struggling to sit at the top, trying to find that downstack.
They do find it, though. Ooh, C-spin. This is big risk. They're able to get off the first T-spin. Second T comes.
Oh, gets the
And
combo!
wow, what a
Oh
26er.
my goodness. Tatos was not prepared to accept all of that.
That was like just one line enough to kill Tatos. There's almost room for him to downstack the top. Very strong attack to finish that one off here as we move into this actual game.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Ergonomics to take the warm-up, and we're about to see the real fight here. Both players, they are fighting for a top 16 spot. Winner of this does move on to top 16. So
That's right.
they're putting all into this set. Looks like Ergonomics starting a bit slow here with some misdrops there. Tato's also, on the other hand, I feel like they misdrop at the same time. Like, if one misdrops, the other one does, especially for the opener, so
Bro is
not too
synchronized.
aggressive. Looks like Ergonomics does have a little bit of cheese to work with, but they do make it down, and now gets a nice combo there. Potatoes cancels all of it themselves, so it does not get sent anything whatsoever.
That's right. Tato's sitting pretty at the bottom of the board right now. Ergonomics accepting garbage as we've come to get used to. And into the big counter attack now. Tato's pushed up a little bit, but not really threatened at all. Makes a bit of a misdrop here. Cleans up easily, though. Fortunately.
Yeah, fixes it nicely.
Ergonomics doesn't really seem to be putting out enough juice for it, you know.
Yeah, like they've been playing slow before, but this is really slow. Only 2.6 PPS. But I mean, seems to be okay. Tatos isn't playing the most efficient right now. I think they're focused on downstacking themselves, so it's not too much pressure. But as I say, that Ergonomics does get a nice bit of spike there to send up Tatos with some cheese.
Yeah, this definitely is going to be a very downstack focused game. As the old saying goes, they are downstacking.
Factual. I can't disagree. They are.
But, oh, nice little... Okay, I'm liking how Ergo's keeping this back-to-back chain alive through as he goes up and down here.
Oh, we started to see that attack, and Tatos misdropping that L piece at an unfortunate time.
Yeah.
2-minute set, Ergonomics finally takes it. Looks like that aggression there gets it. They were both just downstacking so much, and finally the pressure by Ergo gets the win.
That's right, and all clear. Both players will start things off. Potato's going to be able to send one additional line and get the second PC also. The second PC I think might be dangerous to send to Ergo given how much clean garbage you just give them.
I mean, but Tatos does get clean in return for it. Can't kill with it, though. Yeah, both of them back to an even position.
Indeed. Oh, okay. I'm liking Ergo's board a lot here. I'm liking some of these decisions to make to keep things clean. Not able to get the full multiplier, but that's okay. Ergo is still way more than safe.
Yeah, Ergonomics starting to build another back-to-back here. Decides not to continue it. I should just never speak about it, apparently. Tatos looks like, yeah, they're just playing slowly on the other end as well. Ergonomics does get that nice fractal into a small combo there. Gives Tatos so much clean to work with right now. They might start to speed up here. Yeah, you can see that. Ergonomics with a nice downstack into clean well to counter spike, though. Tatos now sent all the way up to the top and not ready to get through it.
Yeah, as been pointed out, really is this consistency is paying off for Ergo, I think, genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, so far they're winning. Oh, Ergonomics missed the 2-line PC there, I'm pretty sure. Or decided not to go for it, I'm not sure. But does let Tatos sit at the bottom of the board in the meantime.
That's right. Oh, okay. Ergo opting to make some sacrifices here on his back-to-back clears. Cancel that incoming cheese and instead take it as clean. Wise decision here. Ooh, nice little short combo to keep things still going for Ergo. Tato's big spike coming out. It comes over pretty cheesy for Ergo. Not a great thing, especially when Tato still has a bunch of clean garbage. Like, look at this. Now no garbage into the back-to-back chain. Looking to start off some 7-2 stacking here. Oh, immediate bail, though. Okay, I'm not sure what Tato's plan is here.
Gets a nice combo there, but again, Ergonomics, what was that?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to point out their cheese, but then they do that.
I mean, the cheese is still there. That's just risky donation. Cool.
I mean, Ergonomics has been flexing all night, like, going for crazy donations, going for several King Crimsons, TST Towers, all of that magic. Tato's on the other end, though, playing nice and clean, has that back-to-back chain, gets a nice spike there, sends Ergonomics up. Ergonomics does get a nice downstack to survive here, though. Still a lot of cheese right under that.
Oh. Oh, Ergonomics in a lot of danger. Not able to really find a solution for that one. Tato's finally grabbing around here.
Yeah, just a little too many misshops there. Tato's does get it here. These rounds are pretty long once again. But, I mean, Tato's is the one with the lead this time, so regardless, they are probably very happy so far. Just to keep it going, and right now they're keeping this back-to-back going. Not for that long, though, as they do break out of it to get to their well. Tato's is dealing with some clean as long as they're able to make it down through all of it, and they do so nicely. Yeah, both of them just back, sitting at the bottom of their board.
Oh, okay. Tato's finding some good finds here at the bottom of the board, you know, able to still get pressure out with nothing to really seriously downstack. But when Tato's gets the downstack, oh, does Tato's gets the downstack. And that was an immediate sender right there to tie things up.
Yeah, there we go. Pull it out. Tie it back up here. Tato's making sure it's close. Gets that nice downstack multiplier spike, but Ergonomics not phased at all. Had that back-to-back to cancel and tank most of it. They are getting sent another spike here and need to downstack through that cheese before they get to the clean and are not able to do it. And Tato's finally taking the lead here.
All right, pretty gentle start here, honestly. Ergo going off with his LST, opting to waste some TPs to get potentially a bigger spike at the start. Does fine, doesn't really hurt Tato's too much, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mini spike there, but again, Tato's at the bottom, looking for the PC, does get one here. I think they do miss the second one, unfortunately, yeah. Just, I think, went for the wrong placement there. Ergonomics does fine with that PC, yeah. Not doesn't seem affected at all by it.
Yeah, very, very smart plays here. These downstacks again from Ergonomics constantly, resulting in very clean attacks. P-spins through the garbage, good stuff.
Yeah, Tato's getting that C-spin there. Oh. Doesn't keep the back-to-back, though. Ergonomics does tank it nicely. Gets down to the clean well here. Has the potential to send a big spike at this moment.
Oh, okay, Ergo's really playing it fast and loose there, but not going to be the end of the day here. Now, with this fractal at the bottom, could be able to threaten Tato's a little bit here, but don't find anything strong enough to continue this. Tato's will be fine, and the misdrop, that's probably going to spell doom here.
And Tato's gets another point here. Yeah, that's very tough at the top to have that type of misdrop. Very hard to survive after. Like, it's not only just a misdrop, it's a T waste misdrop. So you need to find another one if you want to get the T spin. Yeah, and they were not able to.
Gotta cycle even more, yeah.
Ergonomics now has that huge STSD into Tetris spike to get another one bringing it to 3-4.
Yeah, close stuff here. Oh. Again, ergonomics a bit of an easier start, but under a lot of pressure immediately. Oh, Tato's almost taking more than Tato's can afford to, but paying off. And look at this garbage well for Tato's. This is potentially a very good board here for Tato's to win this round with.
Ergonomic does have the 9-0 well to make it down, but Tato's is... Okay, Tato's is done with the back-to-back. I always speak too soon about that type of stuff, but if your ergonomics, you're happy about that, as they are able to survive that pressure.
For sure. That's Tato's right there missing the kill.
Yeah, looks like Tato's now slowing down a little bit here, trying to get another chain started, but this does give ergonomics the chance to down stack through the cheese they have on the board right now.
That's right. Now Tato's playing it super clean to keep his back-to-back started up the bottom of the board. Although, again, Ergo, breaks back-to-back. Never mind. It wasn't a nice, 7-2, but barely survives this assault. Wow, that was just so close. Ergo.
Yeah, it was a nice multiplier spike by Tato's. It's still not enough. Ergonomics clinching it by the edge of their teeth. But I mean, this is starting to be a long round once again here. Tato's does get a huge spike there. Still not enough to kill, and Ergonomics now trying to cancel some of the attack they're sending on top of it.
Oh, this is a really rough board here for Ergonomics. We're going to have to fix things super, super fast, which they are able to do. Stay things, stay okay. But Tato's now looking to start up 7-2, keeping up the back-to-back. We've seen this before. This is dangerous here for Ergonomics. They can't maintain.
It's interesting. Ergonomics is choosing not to burst here, taking their time. I would think that's a very risky position, but they get out of it somehow. And, I mean, now they have back-to-back going. Looks like they don't go for the donation to keep it here, but they are in a fine position right now. Tato's does not have much of a board to kill. They are trying to get into LST-type position, but they do cover their well, so might not be able to continue it here, as Ergonomics does downstack through this pressure.
Yeah, and Tato's with huge attack there, back-to-back, downstack, clearing his board very well, but still Ergonomics just unaffected. Is it just me, or are we getting into gravity and margin time?
Oh, yeah, we definitely are. This is another long set, or long game here. Both of them refusing to die, refusing to give up. Ergonomics starting to build up a back-to-back chain right here. Who gets that nice donation there with JP's. Not able to keep it up here, as gravity is starting to get a little bit harder to make decisions quickly. But both of them still sitting at the bottom of their board. Not too phased just yet. And now Ergonomics with a really nice board here.
Yeah,
trying to keep that back to up.
Tato's at a brush with death, but the reward is finding a massive spike here. Not able to close it out.
Yeah, it's just very back and forth here as the spikes are getting bigger. Tato's getting set to the top, forced to downstack here. Does so nicely, but still, Ergonomics keeping that attack going right now. Now approaching the 4-minute mark at this point.
Obscene.
Ergonomic struggling to make it down. Just barely does, but not enough.
It had the eyepiece next. This is the most painful way for that to end.
Yeah, I think they had another combo to get out, but chooses not to go for it, and it cost them. And yeah, such a long round. Tato's finally does take it there, keeping the lead strong here.
Ergonomics starting up that PC into the 6-3 stacking, putting a lot of early pressure on Tato's, but it's all super clean. As soon as Ergonomic breaks up and this pressure, doesn't keep his back-to-back up, it's going to be, I think, a very big attack for Tato's on Ergonomics. It's really shaping this up to be a risky ground here already.
Yeah, and right now we can see Tato's trying to time there. Ergonomics waited a little bit longer. does get a nice combo here into a mini multiplier spike, but Tatos is not done with this back-to-back they're holding right now. Up to 11 at this point. Ergonomics is being sent to the top here. Does keep their well clean, though, to keep back-to-back of their own. Tatos not able to get enough to kill, and now Ergonomics is the one trying to pressure here, but does have that J miss drop there and can't keep it going.
Ooh, buddy. Both players again super even. But Tato's coming close here. Now Ergonomics putting out a serious threat. Tatos can't find the down stack now. And can't even things out 4-5 in perhaps what's... You know, I'm just going to go out and predict this is going to be the longest set, you know?
I mean, yeah, the previous set with them also already took a while, so... And that one, it was the 6 to 11. So I mean, if they're keeping it this close this whole time, then we're gonna be here a while. Both players do not want to throw a single game. Definitely playing a little bit more slow, not as aggressive. And right now, I mean, it's been working for both of them. Ergonomics does get that huge spike, but again, Tato's not phased at all. Has such a clean well to work with to get their own spikes right back.
Oh, okay. Ergonomics clearing through some cheese here. But both players... I feel like both players have honestly kind of also lost a little bit of vitality already, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I am very tired after such long rounds, so I assume they are too. But Ergonomics, again, tying it back up here.
Yeah, just, oh, okay, alright, this time PC from Tatos, but Ergonomics now armed and dangerous.
Yeah, has that well to work with, not able to keep the back-to-back, though. Does get some nice clean after that, but also a lot of cheese right under it. Does get a nice 8 combo there to send a little bit back to Tatos, but, I mean, it looks like Tatos was able to cancel a majority of them. Ergonomics again with another 6 combo. Looks like they're just trying to cheese up Tatos a little bit.
And it's not even working a little bit, honestly. It's not even working a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, it's more canceling Tatos attacks than actually sending here.
Yeah.
And right now, Tatos got that back-to-back going here. Does not have that back-to-back going here any longer. I should just stop mentioning the back-to-back because it does not seem to matter for them. They break out of it immediately. And now Tatos with this 1-8 well does leave it finally, but Ergonomics still trying to pressure here.
Indeed, Ergonomics looking for this spike. It's not going to be really anything serious, and still honestly in this neutral phase waiting for... Yeah, I feel like we're just waiting for one of them to make a critical mistake.
Yeah, it's either we get to margin time and spikes start to get bigger, or someone just messes up and the other's in a good position to capitalize on it. Looks like Ergonomics timing here. Tato's messing up a little bit, so notice that timing at that moment. But Ergonomics still gets a huge spike, sending Tatos up to the top. And with another spike to follow, Tatos does find the down stack to get out of it. Ergonomics still not done, though. Now has that 10 back-to-back here. Finally breaks out of it as Tatos sends some cheese.
Alright, nice. Really, Ergonomics trying to find every little use of these T-pieces that he can. Every single piece of back-to-back. Really trying to squeeze the most out of things here. Unfortunately, it's just neither player is really capable of damaging the other one right now.
I mean, I think both of them are capable. They're just choosing not to pressure. I don't know if it's like out of a fear of losing, especially since the set is so close, but it's definitely a choice not to pressure, because I know they're both very capable of bursting and getting some big spikes in. And right now, as I say that, we can see Ergonomics getting that back-to-back built right now, sending a huge spike. Tato's not able to find a down stack whatsoever.
No way that one, buddy.
I'm trying to visualize if there was a little bit. There might have been a little bit of a longer combo, but not enough there. And Ergonomics getting the lead back from Tatos here. Looks like both of them going for the stick spin. Or actually, never mind. Ergonomics not. I have not seen that continuation before.
Very
But-
fascinating stuff.
Yeah, but Tato's on the other end has that back-to-back going, so maybe they should have stuck with the stick spin.
That was a really risky moment there for Ergonomics. They found the whole board down stack again. Now Tato's bunch of cheese on the board. Ergonomics entirely clean. This is like, there's like a very short window for Ergonomics to actually do something here before Tato's gets to the garbage, and it's rapidly decreasing. In fact, hey, look, it's gone. You can, if you listen closely, you hear the sound of Ergonomics' chances killing Tato's right there, just vanishing.
Yeah. Oh, and then those misshots right on top of it. This might be Tato's chance to pressure here, but Ergonomics is getting the downstack. Tato's not sending much, taking their time. Both of them just slowing down, even when their opponent makes mistakes. Maybe just trying to find a better position for themselves, but it is making these rounds last a very long time. It is definitely a war of attrition at this point. Tato's sitting at the top, barely getting down to the well. Does not get to the eyepiece in time, though, and Ergonomics takes another win, now with a 2-point lead here.
As we approach about roughly the halfway point of this game here, both players starting off fairly strong. Ergonomics PC sending through to Tato's. Now Ergonomics in an interesting position, but not going to have nearly enough attack to really do much besides cancel just to stay in the game here.
Ergonomics has a really clean to work with right now. Looks like they are trying to burst a little bit, but Tato seems to be canceling it very nicely. Ergonomics still not done with this back-to-back here.
Ooh.
Does finally break out of it, but it does send Tato's up to the top of their board.
That was that was a good little burst there from Ergonomics. Got to do more of that, you know? Although, I feel like, okay, so moments like right now, there's just so much skimming. And I think genuinely that is, I don't know, like both players really miss the chance or just, they just end up skimming and it's on back, back to neutral.
Yeah, and it forces a lot of cheese on both sides, which forces more skimming to get out of it. So yeah, definitely a less aggressive battle than we've seen previously, but I mean, it seems to be working to get them at least some wins so far. I don't think either of them wants to deviate too far to this strategy.
Tato's.
And Tato's with that massive spike there, Ergonomics not ready to tank any of it, and Tato's one away from tying it again back up. Looks like Tato's trying to get some back-to-back going here. Ergonomics sitting at the bottom of their board here. Just waiting to get sent before they start building up themselves, it seems. Oh, Ergonomics reading a little bit for that T-spin, and it's a little too greedy, letting Tato's again tie it back up here.
Ooh, okay, and Tato's really just kind of doing absolutely nothing right now, waiting for any kind of attack and pressure to come from either player. Ergonomics is finally starting to set up a little bit of pressure here. We'll see if there's, any kind of gigantic spike. But so far, again, back to this super, super cheesy kind of neutral game.
Yeah, we can see Ergonomics had that back-to-back going, but breaks out of it. Tato's does spike them up a good chunk, but now Ergonomics does have some nice clean to work with to actually make it back down.
Indeed. Now Tato is opting to not take the Tetris there or anything, and kind of gets what's called karma there, you know, with a humongous spike from from Ergonomics actually in that round.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Ergonomics is barely leading. It's still so back and forth here. Tatos obviously wants their chance to make top 16 here, so if down stacking is what they need to do, so they are going to do it. Ergonomics getting a huge spike there, but still not enough to kill. Oh, and then gets another spike, but misdrops after that, letting Tatos survive, and now Tatos starting to build back-to-back here. It looks like Ergonomics does make it down to the bottom of their board. Tatos trying to keep some back-to-back of their own, not able to do so here. And now we're back to pretty neutral for both of them. And Tatos again tying it back up. I feel like Ergonomics just gains the lead, and then Tatos just snaps back and takes another one, making sure they never are ahead here. Ergonomics getting that back-to-back going right now. Trying to push it, not able to keep it for very long. Tatos on the other end, sitting at the top of their board, does get a little bit of a combo there to send Ergonomics one line of cheese, but looks like Ergonomics is not too worried about it at this point here. But now Tatos has a really clean well. Looks like they were probably trying to build a back-to-back chain, but Ergonomics finds a really good time to actually send, so they're forced to downstack instead.
Oh, huge finishing attack right there. That one felt like a punch.
Yeah, definitely here. I mean, Ergonomics just trying to get those punches in to get the wins here, but Tatos, again, just is able to downstack so well that they're not able to get a lot of them here. And right now, both of them starting to get back-to-back chains. Ergonomics is forced to break out of theirs. Tatos shortly after as well here. But Ergonomics follows it up with a nice spike there. Tatos just downstacked that so cleanly there. It was like almost they had nothing on their board there.
Oh my god, the cleanest well just appeared on Tatos' board. Tatos, if you don't get a kill with this, like, bruh, biggest wasted opportunity.
I mean, I don't
okay,
know. It looks like they got it there. Ties it again here. Yeah, it looks like Tatos is a bit cheesed up at this point. Ergonomics is reading up at the top here. Keeps that back-to-back going. Tatos getting spiked up. Is covering their well. Barely downstacking here. Ergonomics still not done with this pressure. Tatos trying to find any way to combo and not do it. And now Ergonomics at match point here. Tatos needs to win this one if they want to bring it to deuce. Oh, Ergonomics with such a clean well right now, but Tatos also has a clean well. Nice combo there. Cannot keep it into a multiplier Tetris spike. And then Ergonomics with a nice counter there.
Bro, where was this? Where's this been the last, like, 30 minutes, bro? Where has this been? More of that. Do more of this one, bro. Do more of that.
I mean, it's still not enough to get the kill here. Tatos still surviving all of that pressure at this point. Gets their own back-to-back chain, but they are dealing with a lot of cheese right now. And Ergonomics still survives this 9 back-to-back by Tatos. Tatos does waste that T-spin to get the T-spin setup, is not able to get the next one.
Let's go.
And Ergonomics finally takes it.
Let's
actually
go.
beating Tatos in losers. Yeah, it looks like with that, Ergonomics is moving to top 16, does qualify, now going to face Caboozled to see if they're the winner of this group.
Dude, I was talking about Guerrilla Wars.
That was nothing in the past compared to this. I'm like,
I was talking about that. That was the Guerrilla War of all time.
That was a Rivy VQMK moment for sure.
I know both of these players can kill, but both of these players are also really good at surviving. To their credit, that was pretty well played from both of them.
exactly.
But
They're just unable to kill each other, not unable to kill, but they're just really unstoppable first versus like immovable object moment.
it's like, how many
I mean,
margin
they're both
time
just
moments?
immovable. Yeah.
Yeah, I got two immovable objects combined. Yeah.
That went on forever. How long was that set? I feel like every single round went through margin time. This was a revenge match for Ergonomics, and they did manage to take the dub against Tatos, who won the match in the upper bracket.
And bro, this has gotta be like the most painful way to lose it, dude. After this long of a game.
Yeah, if you're Tatos, you must be very frustrated, especially since they won in winners as well. Very difficult there.
That's heck of a revenge story for Ergo. Just keeping the same game plan, being confident, just sticking to all of the counter spiking, the macro play, the timing. And Tatos could not find an answer. I feel like after playing Kabuzo, Tatos just began playing safer and safer, and at the end we just saw go down for 25 minutes or so.
But yeah,
I'm not
it was a lot of that for sure.
I don't know how long this highlight reel is, but it's gonna be a lot of down stacking. For those of you from Team TSD, welcome. This was one of the matches we've ever seen. Okay, apparently we have a shorter replay.
Yeah, the set was a little bit too long at that point, but I mean, it was amazing performance by both of them. Obviously, Ergonomics clutching it out just barely. Amazing job by them, but they're not done yet. They're going to be playing Caboozled up shortly.
Indeed. Humongous challenge for them to finish things out.
So after this replay segment, we're gonna move on to Ergonomics versus Cab. Hopefully that's gonna be insane, but if I were Ergonomics, I need like a 10-hour nap right now, because what the heck was that set again? That was 25 minutes or so.
I mean, bro, I need a 10-hour nap right now, and I didn't even play the game. How do you think this man feels? That's gotta be a hard one.
Yeah, the fact that they're not done. I mean, I assume they're happy to make top 16. If I was them, I would be. That grueling set was all worth it just for that.
That is true. Congrats to Ergonomics for making it to the top 16. Well deserved, honestly, but Tatos did deserve it too so much. I wonder where all the confidence went. Like in the upper bracket, we just saw Tatos sending it against Ergonomics, like 20, 30 back-to-back chains, and it was such an intense match back then.
I mean,
Ergonomics.
Yeah, you could see at the end, Ergonomics did figure out a way to get a couple wins against Tatos for that winners match. So I assume they used whatever they learned from that, and then they made those matches grueling, whatever it took to get wins.
I really don't think it was Ergo adapting here. I really just think it was Tatos getting tired. It just seemed like Tatos didn't have the answers that he had in the upper bracket. You're just playing so safe and not sending much in general, bringing every single match to margin time. And in the mid game, I have to say, Ergo is still the more consistent player. While in the upper bracket, Tatos
it might be potentially because Tatos had to play Caboozled, and that was a very tiring set as well, I assume, for them.
In the upper bracket, Tatos out-consistency the consistency king. In the lower bracket, we saw why Ergo is the consistency king. Just retaking the throne. Let's talk about this bracket. With that though, Sign is a little bit tired from calming that set, so I will.
I've been staring at this screen for 4 hours. Make it stop! Make it stop. I'll be around listening and whatnot, but I need to go do what's called like eat and do normal human functions again. But thank you for having me. It's always fun. It's always a
Thank
good
you for
time.
coming. Oh dear, what a match!
Look, I just watched it. I'm not the one that had to play in it, you know. I think my hands would explode. I think my hands would explode in old person pain.
Man.
Put it on Tato's cut now.
I feel like you guys are losing it.
Yeah, a little bit. That's what happens when I have to think about Tetris. How long is it? When did we start? 3.5 hours ago?
Not really the 3.5 hours. That was 25 minutes straight of top tier gameplay.
Indeed.
We're like top tier down stack.
I'm gonna be honest.
That took a while. The freaking RSI match. Alright. So our grand finals will be Cab versus Ergo, but before that we'll be taking a short break.
I will be invading and tell you guys about some stuff, but first off, wild bracket so far. That was at least 25 minutes. I don't even have the exact length of the last set. I was just looking at the rounds. I was adding up all the numbers in my head. I wasn't even really trying for that one. But yeah, this bracket so far has been just another great delivery of a TWC group stage. These have been consistently lasting longer than we predicted. Been consistently having better matches than we predicted, so I mean, shoutouts to these players for kind of delivering on that front, giving us some long, intense sets. Probably gonna have to find more people to commentate for this because sheesh is getting packed up in here, and you know, I'm getting tired as well, man. I need some energy as well. But before that, we're gonna give these players a break as well because there've been some especially long losers runs, especially from Ergo. Ergo's been pulling it so far. So, first thing I'm going to bring you guys a shout out to is an event from our streaming partners here at Team TSD. Go check out Absolute Showdown. This is a Tetris the Grandmaster tournament, which I don't think we've seen something like this in the community before, so go check that out. This is also Team TSD's finale. This is going to be their final event, at least with Jed at the helm. Jed's done so much for this community, so please come out and support Absolute Showdown. He wants to try and get 100 players for this on TGM, TGM2, I think. So, okay, I can't even type properly anymore. I think that's gonna work. And if it doesn't, then, dude, I don't know. Just go to teamtsd.net/TGM. I'm trying, man. Okay, it finally showed up. But yeah, this is gonna be a great event. Gonna unlock a TGM documentary at $500 that Team TSD will also be producing. So shout outs to them again, and of course support those guys. They've done so much for the Tetris and Tetrio community, specifically in general. So go support their finale with a bang. They absolutely deserve it. And something else cool that's coming up from us this time, we got Snow is Infinite 2024 and the Stacky Awards over at the same event. This is going to be a pretty cool one. It'll be our first in-person Stacky Awards, as well as in-person tournaments for Tetrio, Tetris Connected PPT, every Tetris game that you can imagine being modernly played right now. Sorry, gestures. And then some other great puzzle games there as well. It'll be in Toronto at the Invictus Game Station. $25 if you want to compete, $5 if you're just there to spectate. Please be sure to check that out. And then last but not least here for our shoutouts. This background music that you've been hearing for the entire night been composed by our amazing community member, and you'll be seeing them on Analysis, I believe, next week as well, and Skyfire. Skyfire's been doing a great job helping us on the back end, making this song, giving us suggestions, doing all that. So please check them out. This arrangement is fire. So much variety in this 30-minute arrangement that you've been hearing consistently throughout the streams, and just a really skilled musician in general, so be sure to check out all their socials, and all that. Make sure to check those out, because this guy deserves it. Really put in the work to make this song. This song's amazing. And yeah, without further ado, I'll go back to the bracket. We'll just take a look at this again real quick before we go into the grand finals, alright? First off, that upset you just saw at the end, kinda crazy.
It did go wild, I will admit there.
Plus, we had the deuce and losers quarters between Ocarina and Akma. Like, god damn! 14 to 12. It's not the first one that we saw so far, and the other group had some action like that as well. In the winners finals as well, had a deuce. So, if you saw yesterday here on PK and you came back to watch again, you're not losing any of these. They're still going to be coming, and you know, we still have this deck set. We don't really know what's going to come out of that yet. At least as far as what will actually happen. Do have some predictions here, of course, and we should run a prediction, so let's check it out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see, because, again, I mentioned this, like, at the beginning of the tournament, but I don't think I've seen Ergonomics and Caboozled match up, so I'm interesting to see how their playstyles will clash, because obviously they are different, very different players, and how they choose to get their win, so it'll be interesting for sure.
So many of these matches are so close.
Yeah, so the predictions are open, and whenever you guys are ready, the players seem to be ready. They will be ready to go to this versus screen, so you guys can toss any time to that. If you have any final words you want to get out before starting, I imagine you guys just want me to pull the damn thing up already.
No, I think we're good to go here. Let's get this grand final started.
Get me some Caboozled DPC in here, honestly. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I'm ready for some Caboozled back-to-back.
Bro, if Caboozled finishes every round in this set, like all the rounds, wins it, whatever, and every round is under 30 seconds, I might lose it.
God, one of the most explosive players in the scene. I can see it happening, but Ergonomics is also an immovable object.
I completely could see it happening, but as you mentioned, that is true. Ergonomics has crazy survival and defensive abilities, so if there's someone in this group that is suited to take on Caboozled, it would be Ergo. I think.
Alright, we're ready for warm-up. Both players have confirmed, and we'll be heading into that very soon. So stay tuned for the grand finals. Let's see who gets the higher seed in the top 16 of TWC.
Yeah, let's get this started. Grand finals for Group H.
Cat? Good luck. Dude, he's so nice.
Yeah, I gotta say the good luck before you get started.
Well, if this is setting the pace, I'm looking forward to this, because...
setting the
I'm so
pace.
sorry. I swear I started saying that before that happened, dude. The cat is deciding to make some modern art, not in a good way. Well,
yeah, it wasn't a 10-second match, but it wasn't much longer than that either.
If there was any time to do that, it would be the warm-up. Wait, Ergonomics has won 4 out of 5 matches in this room already. 4 straight wins.
I mean, yeah, they've been on a loser's run. They've been killing it. Now it's just about if they can get the bracket reset and actually take it.
With Caboozled on the other side, it's gonna be a very difficult task.
I mean, yeah. Out of anyone you want to see on the other side of bracket, it is not that man for sure. But getting started here, we already see Caboozled dealing with some misdrops. They do fix it nicely, though, yeah.
As Caboozled tends to do. Just so quick, consistently, and also with the burst ability to just get out of any situation almost instantly. What a nice spike this is! It's a 28 spike. Ergo is so safe.
Yeah, they had such a nice down stack to get out of it, but Caboozled still has another spike ready with this back-to-back chain still going. Ergonomics, such a nice job canceling all of that, though.
This chain has to break here. It's not going to reach double digits. Cav's going to have to downstack here, as Ergonomics has put on the pressure for a bit. Looking good, though. Back into a neutral mid-game. As I say that, Cat misdrops, but what a nice fix!
That donation was crazy!
Oh, that's a beautiful fix, Cab.
Ergonomics with a nice O donation there as well. Into a nice combo, and it gets the kill because of Caboozled misdrop.
Cab nearly predicted another one of those I donations. Trust. It's never a misdrop, it's a fancy T-spin donation. Just didn't have time for it. With that, Ergonomics is on the board, first point. And that LST is looking nice. It's about to break as I say that, I think.
Oh, Miss PC! Okay, it did not matter, but I saw that PC there and they did not go for it.
2 on the board already. I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm not sure if we want a longer set at this point. Oh, misdrops from Cab. Ergo's not in a position to punish here, but the LST is gonna start. Ooh, the parity on the right is gonna be a little difficult to fix. The height difference is gonna be difficult to fix. There goes the LST. Cab, no, what are... Okay, that's not a TST. I swear Cab went for the TST.
I mean, against Ergonomics, it's fair. They've done it like 7 times this tournament, so... Maybe a little bit revenge for Tato's, but looks like chooses not to. Instead gets that nice spike, sending Ergonomics so much cheese. But Caboozled misdropping on the top themselves. And Ergonomics 3 in a row here to start. Very strong.
Cab is absolutely putting on the pressure, but the immovable object is absolutely not budging a single inch.
Yeah, I feel like Ergonomics just completely shifted their playstyle to deal with Caboozled, and I mean, it's working so far. Caboozled just dealing with a few too many misdrops, and right now, we can see they're actually playing super well, but again, any misdrops, and Ergonomics seems to be able to capitalize, and right now they have such a clean board state to actually pressure here.
It's almost like it wasn't a 25-minute set, it was a 25-minute break for Ergo.
I mean,
they're just popping off.
Caboozled not able to downstack. Ergonomics up 4-0 now. Is this about to be a sweep into a bracket reset?
This is some incredible anti from Ergonomics so far. Kevin's misdropping a lot and Ergo's taking full advantage. Like I said, you misdrop once against Ergonomics and it could be fatal because Ergo always has an answer. I do mean always. They just play so safe all the time, so consistent, can deal with anything at any given moment.
Yeah, I feel like that even with all of these attacks Caboozled is sending, Ergonomics has a downstack to like ready to be able to cancel at least some of it, and I mean it's been working so far here, and they've definitely been speeding up compared to the last set, and it's been doing them wonders.
Let's talk about how Cab's on 200 APM and Ergo seems fine.
Oh,
one line off!
If they placed the O piece like to the right, I think they could have lived there. But Caboozled finally getting their first win.
I kind of cursed that one, but 1 row off survival. Oh my. Cab is not letting out with the pressure though. He knows the playstyle should work, and he's still going for it. Look at his aggression. Already 4 back-to-back and looking to get more. This should reach double digits fairly soon if Ergonomics just doesn't top out.
Yeah, looks like Caboozled finally figuring out these misdrops, starting to gain the momentum here. This is like nearly the same thing that happened against Tato's. Caboozled was misdropping a lot, but started to figure it out. We'll see if Ergonomics is able to do enough to actually beat that push by Caboozled, though.
No, the LST. You can fix that with double L donation, but that's a bit fancy. This might also be a bit too fancy, Ergo. Cap takes another one, 247 APM. Man, how do they just play at my sprint speed?
I don't know. They're just fast. They're just quick.
Oh, the misdrop from Cab and the LST from Ergo yet again. Height difference is fixed nicely. I think Ergo has a chance to continue the back-to-back here. Ooh. That's not how you do it.
Well, yeah, wastes 2T, which isn't great. Does manage to clean it up almost. Yeah, finally gets it going. Immediately breaks out of it. Never mind. Caboozled is the one with the back-to-back, though, now. But they also have a misdrop there. And
that's twice in a row for you, man.
I've been really bad with them tonight. I don't know what to say.
What do you mean bad? That's a double curse right there. Right on cue.
I've been cursing so many players.
Whoa, Cat's looking so clean with this.
Yeah,
gonna reach double digits.
And the perfect well as well. Ergonomics getting spiked up
right
now. Trying to
Musk wants this to end. What a round.
Tied back up here. Ergo wins 4, then Cab wins 4. They want to make sure they get this dub. They do not want the bracket reset. They probably want to go to sleep.
This is not the slugfest we were just looking at. This is intense. This is action-packed. This is the average Kabuzon experience, and Ergo is struggling to keep up.
I mean, they're doing nicely right now. Got that 10 back-to-back. Kabuzon gets a nice down.
What a
That was
find!
a crazy survival.
I swear, there's a down stack out of any position, and Cab is proving that right. I don't even think Cab had the down stack ready. He just needed to find it, and then he did. Oh, that missed drop! That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, struggling a little bit here. Does get the
Good
ice
fix!
down, yeah.
Okay. Ergonomics is not going to capitalize in time. Cab's very high up. Oh, that ice over the well. Gonna be fixed up just in time.
Oh,
Yup.
barely. Still getting attacked by
Oh,
Ergonomics.
nope,
Yeah,
nope,
not
nope.
enough.
Not gonna happen. This is some fast Ergo we're looking at. This is not comfort zone Ergo. This is I want out Ergo. Ooh,
Yeah, definitely.
instant misdrop.
Starting with the misdrop, Ergo getting the PC does not go for the second. I think that was their chance to get a win if they did it, but...
Ooh, this is some cheese Ergo has to deal with. Oh, it's too much Swiss.
Yeah, again, Kabuzl tying it up.
Close set so far, but at least a significantly faster one.
Yeah, both of these players just playing so much more aggressive. These rounds are a lot shorter here.
Nice spike from
nice
Ergo.
spike. Kabuzl barely
Wait.
timed the S misdrop. And Ergo gets another win.
Sometimes it can work to spike your opponent from the bottom of their board if they have no defense, and for Kabuza that was the case there, even before the misdrop.
Yeah, Kabuzl now trying to get some loops in. Does get 3 PCs here. Gets the 4th one.
He's at
Ergonomics
5
still
PPS!
No! Ergonomics still surviving. Kabuzl's still not done with these PCs.
He's at 300 APM, quick!
I think Ergonomics could have actually lived that if they placed the TPs first, but Kabuzl was ready with another PC. That was absurd.
He's playing Blitz! He was at 300 APM! He's doing it again! Oh my gosh, Ergo cannot survive. This is illegal, Ergo.
I mean, Ergo does it. Kabuzl looks like they might have misdropped there. Is not able to continue it, letting Ergonomics live. And
Okay,
I mean,
the
Ergonomics is
nice
over.
down stack. Cap has the back-to-back chain potential now. It's already at 5. Shachiku trade! I love this. Okay.
Ergonomics
Looking
sitting
beautiful.
at the
Count to
top.
4. 2:37 APM to close it out.
First time Kabuzl has led this set, I believe, but still, Ergonomics only 1 behind.
Played so much Tetra League that he has to win the Tetra League set. First to 7 points. Nice opener, Cab. Wait, he's going for more. Oh, I think he
my
missed.
Goodness. Okay, finally the PCs end there. Ergonomics can breathe a little bit, but not much, because Kabuzl's still going to go fast and pressure heavy.
Okay, there's a Kaiden to start the back-to-back change. Count to 4 over the well is beautiful. And this is an OST board if Cab does wish to go for it. Never mind, goes for middle well.
But Ergonomics also has a really clean well, just needs to fix the...
But the T-piece is so late, there's no overhang!
You cannot get to it in time. Now Kabuzl 2 ahead here.
Maybe starting to run away with it a little. Did someone say NKO? Cab started with his favorite opener. Nearly PCs again. That was such a beautiful
I
board.
thought that was about to be a PC, but does not get it. Ergonomics, on the other end, just forced to downstack even with all of this pressure. Still so much. Kabuzl misshot from the top, gets the O donation to make it down there and survive.
Was infinite confidence gameplay from Cab. This is the absolute opposite of how Tatos was playing. Goes just building pieces everywhere.
Spikes, though.
Cab is
Kabuzl down.
unfazed.
Yeah.
He's on the way back down. He has a back-to-back. He's at 3 while down stacking.
Ergonomics misdropping a little bit, does build a TST out of it though. Making their way down to the bottom, has a clean well to get a nice spike here. Kabuzl dealing with a little bit of cheese at this point, but just gonna burst straight through all of it, it seems.
Cab cares not for your cheese. Cab wants back-to-back. Cab's gonna get back-to-back. This board's beautiful.
And they're back to the bottom here. Ergonomics ready with this fractal spike, but looks like Kabuzl just tanks all of it with a huge
24?
counter
Oh.
spike.
Oh my goodness. All the way up. To the stratosphere you go. See ya.
Yeah, Ergonomics trying to find a combo is
Nice.
not able to do so. Caboozled now 1 away from going to match point here.
OST for both players. Ergonomics has shown to be able to continue it for a really long time. Cat misdrops the... What is that fix? Okay.
Oh, that was a nice transition, but the S misdrop from Ergo can't keep it going. And now Caboozled's the one being aggressive at this point with their back-to-back here. Ergonomics, again, forced to downstack. Has a great downstack, but so far has been struggling against Caboozled with their pressure.
Kabuzo downstack, sprays the chain. Board's looking decent, has to fix it up a bit more. Meanwhile, Ergo is also fixing up the board. Back to a neutral mid game. They're both spiked up. Cat has a small spike, but...
Ergonomic with the Omish drop, and now it's match point here. Caboozled ran away with it at the end there.
Not the biggest spike, but a very well-timed one. Very opportune to coincide with Ergonomic's misdrop. OST yet again for the final round. Ergo's in trouble.
Yeah, dealing with some misdrops there. Does find the downstack, but still, Caboozled is still pressuring here.
Misses the T-spin. Getting spiked up. Oh, this is so hard to fix. It's not going to happen.
Ergonomics keeping their dream alive of getting the bracket reset.
This looks like LST yet again, and they will go for it. They're mirroring except for the misdrop. Ergonomics is going to keep it going while Cap has to fix it up. Another misdrop. The O piece is not supposed to go there. The I piece is not supposed to go there. Oh dear.
Ergonomics starting to get these wins. Caboozled misdropping a little too much here.
Okay. Apparently I said final round. I was wrong. Let's see if Ergonomics can bring this back. Oh, the DPC. No, the misdrop yet again! No!
Ergonomics not in a position to kill though, but it does force Caboozled out of that loop, which they had previously won with.
Back into neutral, making nice O donation from Cab, but Ergonomics is looking so safe, well down stacked all the way to the bottom. Doesn't have any opportunity to find back-to-backs, but there's no way for Cab to kill either, even though Cab's at 13. When did that happen? That was so fast.
Yeah, but Caboozled has a really difficult position. They are not able to keep that back-to-back any longer. And it does let Ergonomics get down back to the bottom of their board, but Caboozled again building up another back-to-back, does misdrop, so has to combo out here. Ergonomics, it does start to build their own, but can't keep it. Did Ergonomics have a PC? I think I might have seen one, but that might be me. Just at this point.
That was so close. Yet again. Where is this aggression from Ergonomics from earlier, though? Ergonomics is now playing super safe. It's downstacking everything. I don't think I've seen a chain bigger than 3 so far. Definitely scared at match point here from Cab,
waiting
but...
for Caboozled to make a mistake, and they do. Ergonomics 1 away from bringing it to deuce here.
Well, it's grand finals. We could use a deuce here to close it off. We've had so many, why not another?
Into a bracket reset? Is that what you want?
Ergonomics is sure working for it, but... Oh no!
Misdrop, and Caboozled takes it even though they misdrop themselves.
With that, Cap has won this group, and will have the higher seed in the top 16.
Yeah, congrats to Caboozled for the Group H winner, but obviously Ergonomics, amazing performance tonight. Also making it to top 16 as well.
Nerves of steel from Ergonomics, honestly. The same game plan this entire time and executed so incredibly well. The king of consistency, just securing the throne. No one can compete with this.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Just for so long, Ergonomics versus Tatos was just so slow and more downstacking, but there you could see they have that pressure capabilities and they went for it as often as they could and nearly took it.
Aggressive Ergonomics is something else. If we see more of that in the finals, that is something to be terrified about if you're playing.
Yeah, I don't know if their opponent is set in stone just yet, but I mean, I would not be excited because whoever they are, apparently Ergonomics can adapt to anybody, as we just saw with these last 2 matches.
I believe Diao and Pompoko have advanced from the other bracket as well today. Both
yes,
also super intimidating. Diao obviously the best active player in tournaments right now. Pompoko ultra consistent. If there's a Pompoko Ergo matchup, that thing is going to go on for 40 minutes. I'm predicting it right now.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see. Let me look if their bracket is set.
Nice OST attempts from Ergo. Unfortunately, they ended really early because of misdrops, but the intent was there, and Cab was on the ropes very often because of that. Very nice aggressive play to punish Cab's aggression, and just try and set the pace, not let Kabuzo run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just overall so well. Kabuzo just gained a lot of momentum at the end there and was able to clutch it out.
Let's just enjoy these replays for a bit. Okay. Lots of down stacking going on, but oh, there was an 8 chain from Ergo going on here. Double digits for Ergo. I mean, if Ergo can pull this out more often, we might not just have an immovable object on our hands, we might also have an unstoppable force. With 17-second sprint, the number of options that you can calculate at top speed is simply incredible.
Also, like, look at this replay. Like, surviving the PC loop for so long. I think they had a down stack to get out of it. They just placed the wrong piece there. And the fact that they survived like 5 Kabuzo PCs is still crazy.
That was 300 APM, by the way, guys. If you missed that round, Cab had a 300 APM opener. It lasted for like half a minute or something.
Yeah, those are not rounds you see very often. It's usually like only like 8 seconds rounds if the opponent make mistakes, but Ergonomics was just stacking the whole time, and still Kabuzo kept up that pressure.
You're supposed to die to 300 APM, by the way. I'm not sure if you knew that. You're also supposed to die to 33
I am well
spikes.
aware of it myself. I die against 200 APM, so 100 more, I can't take that.
I don't know, I sometimes die to 50 APM. I've seen things.
It happens to the best of us.
Ergo, though, just actually an immovable object. How do you survive 300 APM for that long? Guys is built different.
I mean,
Also,
we're gonna see more of them in the finals.
oh, and I'm happy about that. I need more ergonomics in my life. Oh, the washing machine to end it all. I was looking at Cap when that happened, but what an unfortunate misdrop. Those are the hardest to fix.
Yeah, and Kabuzo, again, amazing performance. There were so many close sets. Like, looking at top 6, there was only one set that wasn't at least 9 to 11. Or I guess there was 11 to 6, but still, like, only 2 sets. Everything else went to nearly tiebreaker, and also 2 deuces. Ridiculous performance by everybody tonight.
We had 8 players, and this lasted 4 hours. These players are just simply incredible. They're superhuman. Which brings me to donations. If you would like to support the players, please contribute to the Matcherino. Also check out our site on worlds.tetrio/brackets to see who's playing in the tournament. And Edge, would you like to wrap this up anytime soon?
I was about to tell you guys I was ready for that great group again. All right, I'm telling you something, dude. You guys, I swear, some of you guys doubt these group stages, man. And hopefully now we're kind of putting that, we're kind of spelling these rumors here. Groups is hype. Groups is hype this year, and I think people are realizing it after this week. Like more people are coming by and watching these so many deuces throughout both of our streams tonight. Like absolutely wild. Ocarina Aqua, that lasted so long, and that was on the quad stream. I can't wait to see that, which will be on YouTube soon, as well as on that Hummingbird Nest VOD. Go support them, as well as Team TSD. I don't even know if I got to shout them out for rating, because I was busier on the back end, but shout out to Team TSD for rating. We had Willie J on production, and Fire and Pixel on comms for that. Last donation shout out I need to make for today is we have another shirt purchase since the last time we checked in. Potato 2017, thank you so much for that. And yeah, TWC and Tetria's first ever like kind of merchandise run is going on right now. You can support that, pick up that merch on the prize pool, as well as donate directly to the players. I just have to shout this out again. Yesterday we got a massive $1,000 donation from a TerraBang all at once. Zam! Thank you so much for that, and for everyone who supported so far. Random guy's been putting a lot to the prize pool. I think we had a big QMK donation as well, who's playing in this, which is crazy.
Yeah,
even players are
next
supporting.
week.
Yeah, they're
It's
up
money laundering.
Someone
He's gonna
said
earn it
something
back.
like if this set was goes to a deuce, I'm gonna donate to the prize pool, and that was I think I was in losers finals. I was like, man, I can't say anything right now, but they
If that
have
set was a
financial
deuce, man.
incentive to stall out the bet.
That's so true.
Because the winner gets that top 16 payment thing. But I mean, we already did our ads, so I don't want to spend too much time here because I think we could all use a break. I will say something. We're going to be trying to put together an extra set of commentators for future groups blocks just because you guys have been working so hard. Shoutouts to Sidewave. She had to tap out early because, I mean, this is tough work following long sets at this world level. That we've kind of never seen. We've never seen 8-player brackets like this before. Even top 8s are a bit more lopsided than these. These groups just ended up being perfect, and we did not really predict that when we were setting this up. So you'll be seeing more commentary talent next week, which I'm kind of glad we're able to fit that in. So there are a lot of cool up-and-coming commentators that we have in our scene. So I would love to give more of them chances and spots to give their casting on the world's level. And again, just shoutouts to you guys for being here as well. That's just been super cool. Shoutouts to Ben for hopping in at the end, taking a crack at the other vocal role on the stream.
I've done a little commentating around the scene.
A little bit here and there. But yeah, won't take you all for too long, as I said. I'm normally known for yapping, but let's go raid Blarg. Blarg's online practicing for Worlds next week. He will also be in pool play.
Yeah, I'm going to be facing him round 1, so wish me good luck.
Oh yeah, Ray, you're in that group. Wish Quick luck, because Quick and Blarg are playing, and Quick's commentating, but Blarg's practicing.
I have a raid message request.
Alright.
It's in chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I have a request.
All right, and let me pay out your guys' points. So many of you bet on that prediction. Holy cow! 259,000 points on that one.
A lot closer than expected. A lot of people almost lost money with Ergo nearly taking it.
Oh, a lot of people were going nuts in chat. They were scared. Ergo was what, 4 points up?
But yeah, I mean, at the start they were destroying.
Yeah, but anyways, I think we'll sign off here. Thank you all for watching the first weekend of the TETR World Championship. We will be back with you next Friday at Saturday midnight UTC. I think Friday this time it will be 4 p.m. Pacific Standard. No, 5 p.m. Pacific. I don't know. Google it. Google it, damn it.
Check the Worlds page, you'll see it.
Yeah, just check the Worlds page. That has the right time. I can't do math right now. See y'all next week, everyone.